A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Well, Mr. Ace is trying to surprise Jane with a gift of a portrait of himself, for which he's been sitting night, telling Jane he's been going to the office. But the other night, Jane followed him in a taxi and got a lot of circumstantial evidence, which, if we didn't know the facts, would make things look mighty bad for Mr. Ace. This episode takes place the next morning in alternating scenes between the office of Jane's brother Johnny and Mr. Ace's office. But first to Jane and her brother. Listen.
Well, sit down, sis. Glad you dropped in. How are you?
Oh, so-and-so.
How's everything?
Oh, so-and-so.
How's Ace?
Oh, I don't know.
You don't know? What do you mean?
I don't know how he is. I never see him anymore.
You never see... What do you mean you never see him anymore?
Well, I just had to come to talk to you about it, Johnny. After all, you're my brother, my own flesh and bones. And if a sister can't come to her brother...
Of course you can, but what's up? What's the trouble?
I'm trying to tell you if you let me.
Well, get to it. What's this about not seeing Ace anymore and all that?
Well, to make a long story, it all started the first night after we got back home. We were just finishing dinner, and we had lemon chiffon pie for dessert. And I know how he likes lemon chiffon pie.
Oh, is that what the trouble is? Something about your cooking?
My No.
Well, why bring up lemon chiffon pie? Why don't you get to the...
Well, please, Johnny, I'm trying to tell you.
Well, go ahead.
Well, I know how he likes lemon chiffon pie, and I should have known there was something wrong, because I started to give him a second helping, and he said no, he didn't have time. He had to go to the office. I should have known right then that something was wrong.
With the pie?
What pie?
Well, the lemon chiffon pie you were talking about.
No, this has nothing to do with pie.
But you said you should have known there was something wrong. I thought you meant with the pie.
Why, Johnny, you know how I bake lemon chiffon pies. You know there's nothing wrong with my pie.
I know, sis, but I thought you meant there was something wrong with the pie the way you said it.
Oh, you're changing the subject. This has nothing to do with pie.
Well, then why mention pie?
Oh, I'm sorry I did. If I thought you were going to keep harking on it like this,
Oh, I'm sorry, sis.
I thought I could come here to have you help me.
Well, I will.
Do you think you can?
Sure, if you'll only get down to facts. Once I have the facts, it's as easy as pie.
Oh, there you go again. Will you please not talk about pie?
Jane, it's just an expression. Let's start the whole thing over again. What happened? That's what I want to know.
Well, I'm coming to it. Well, he went to the office. I didn't think any more about it, the pie or anything. Then the next night, he went to the office again. I still didn't think anything about it. You can see how dumb I was. Well, the third night, he started to go again, and before he went, Mrs. Benton came over.
Mrs. Benton? Who's that?
She's a friend of mine. And we sat there and talked after he went to the office. And she told me about a wife whose husband went to the office she knew every night.
Well, wait a minute. What's that again?
A wife whose husband went to the office she knew every night.
It's a little mixed up, but I think I get it. Some woman Mrs. Benton knew, and this woman's husband went to the office every night. Is that it?
Well, your way is a little harder, but that's it.
Yeah, well, go on, Jane.
Well, she told me this other woman called her husband up at the office, and he wasn't there. So I said, well, I don't have to call up my husband. I know he's there. And just to prove it, I called him up.
Yes, go on.
And he wasn't there.
Where was he?
I knew you'd ask me that because that's what I was thinking. Where can he be? Well, I found out.
You found out where?
Well, last night, he said he had to go to the office again, and he went. Well, I followed him.
You followed him?
Yes, in a taxi.
Well, where'd he go?
Well, it was so dark I didn't find out the address, but we waited outside, the taxi man and I. Well, we waited till over 10:30, and then he came out with...
Jane, don't tell me with a woman.
Yes, how did you know? This is no time for whistling. I'm very unhappy about the whole thing.
Well, where'd they go after they left the woman's house?
That's just it. That taxi man. I had more trouble with him. He wouldn't follow him unless I paid him the $12. Well, I didn't have $12. And by the time I gave him $4.80 that I had, we couldn't find him, and he took me back home, and I borrowed the rest from Mars and paid him. I sure gave him my piece of mind, too. Imagine...
Well, this is serious business, Jane.
Well, I was going to pay him if he'd only...
No, I mean this business with your husband. How long has this been going on, this going out every night?
Just since we got back.
Oh, he never went out before?
No, it started the same night we got back from the trip.
Well, he's a fast worker.
That's what I always thought he was.
What? You always thought he was a fast worker?
Yes, that's why I couldn't understand why he had to go to work nights. He always used to work so fast he didn't have to go out.
No, Jane, I mean, well, as your brother, I can talk frankly to you. You've got a problem here. You haven't told him that you saw him, have you?
Oh, no. Marge said a wife should never let her husband know she's worried about where he was last night.
Oh, you've taken Marge into your confidence?
Beg pardon?
Marge knows all about this.
Oh, yeah, she was there when I called him up and he wasn't there. And I said, well, I'm sure going to ask him when he gets home where he was. And she said, never ask your husband where he was last night. Marge is smart about things like that, so I never asked him a thing.
Well, Marge, this is a surprise. Come on in.
I was on my way to lunch, and I thought I'd spend 10 minutes of my allotted time with you.
Well, thanks. I was just going out to lunch myself. Come on, I'll buy.
No, thanks. I don't think you should be seen taking me to lunch.
Oh, come on. I'll buy... What do you mean by that?
Well, to cut a long story very short, things have been happening behind your back.
Oh, what has she done now?
Oh, it's not Jane this time, it's you.
Hey, what have I done?
Well, that's for you to answer. I'll be brief. Sit down.
Well, what is it? What are you trying to say?
Well, for a week now, you've been going out nights. Working here at the office, you said.
Well, yes, business has been... Well, it piled up while I was away, and, well, I had to clean up a few things, that's all.
Were you too busy to answer the phone here?
What phone?
3 or 4 nights ago, Jane called you up here. No answer.
She called me up.
Yes. Remember the night Mrs. Benton came in just as you were leaving?
Yes.
Mrs. Benton is a lovely woman who loves to make trouble. She told Jane that when husband said they went to the office nights, they usually didn't. She worked on Jane so long that Jane called up here. You didn't answer.
Well,
Wait a minute before you make up an answer to that one. Last night she followed you in a cab.
Oh, darn.
Words to that effect. I don't mind telling you she saw you coming out with a, shall we say, lady?
She saw me...
That laugh sounds phony to me.
No, it isn't phony, Marge. That was Mrs. Napier, the wife of this artist.
What artist?
The artist that's... Oh, it's out now. I shouldn't have told you.
No, I don't think this is the sort of thing that's told.
Oh, but you don't understand. Now, listen, this is between you and me.
And Jane.
Oh, no, she's not to know. I sold this Napier man a home. Instead of taking a commission, I'm sitting for a portrait night. And I wanted it to be a surprise for Jane, and I still want it to be a surprise. That's all there is to it.
Maybe I better start over. Last night, Jane followed you in a cab and saw you come
That
out.
was Mrs. Napier, the wife of the man who's painting the portrait. Her sister became ill, and I was chauffeuring her over, that's all.
Her sister?
Yes. You too busy, Bobby. The idea of Jane following me in a cab. You mean she sat out there in a cab all the time I was in there sitting with it?
She certainly did. And ran up a $12 cab bill doing it. And the driver refused to follow any further until he was paid, and she lost the trail.
$12? What is this?
Oh, I loaned her the money to pay it, and believe me, this explanation you just gave is worth it. I don't even want to be reimbursed.
Oh, yes, you're going to be paid. Now, how much was it? The only thing I don't want you to do is to spill anything about this portrait. You know how she's been wanting something to go over that desk in the living room. Well, this is it.
I don't mind telling you. You had me worried. And Jane, too.
Well, I'm surprised she didn't say anything to me.
Oh, I wouldn't let her. She's just suffering in silence now. She wasn't going to say anything even if you went out tonight.
Well, I'm not going out tonight. I knew she was getting a little upset about my going out so much, so I got in a pier to let me skip a night. We made a lot of headway last night.
Oh, you're not going tonight?
No. Now listen, Marge. Not a word about this, please.
Oh, I won't. Only I hope you're hurrying up before she does something drastic. You know how Jane is.
Well, I just don't know what to do now, Johnny.
Well, there are 2 ways of fighting this.
I don't want to fight.
Oh, just an expression. You've got a problem here, you know. How to hold on to your husband. Now, one way is to beat the other woman at her own game.
Beg pardon?
To make yourself the alluring type she is and beat her at her own game.
You mean like, why don't you call up and see me sometime?
No. Well, you can't do that anyhow because you don't know the type she is. But the other way is usually surefire.
What other way?
Well, you know, sis, the best way to counteract some poisons is with another poison.
You mean kill her?
Kill? No. Why do you keep jumping at conclusions?
But you said poison.
Well, it's just an expression.
Well, don't use so much expression. Just tell me in words of one cylinder.
In words? Yeah, well, here's what I mean. Suppose somebody started calling you up and making a play for you.
Me?
Yes.
Oh, who called me up? Why, I'm just a married woman. There's so many prettier women and that men like to call up.
Yes,
not
I
me.
understand all that, Jane, but...
Oh, well, I don't know. I don't see why you should say that. A lot of fellas used to call me up.
But you were the one that said it.
Oh, yes. Well, you didn't have to say I was right.
Now, look, Jane, you don't actually have to have some real person calling you up. It could be me.
Well, you're real.
But I could call you up while Ace is home, and we could talk like we were making a date or something.
Oh, I see.
Get it? And that would start the old boy thinking that maybe he'd better stay close to the old fireside.
A furnace, we haven't got a fireside. That's very good, Johnny. I see what you mean.
And that's what I mean, fighting poison with poison. Give him something to think about. Now, in that way...
Oh, no, I can't do it.
Why not?
He goes out every night. He won't be there to hear me talking.
Oh, well, he doesn't go till after dinner, does he? Well, I can call you right after dinner.
Well, yes. He reads the paper for a few minutes in the living room after dinner. Then he goes in and gets dressed up.
Dressed up?
Yes, he's been dressing up in the same new tie every night. He dresses thick and fat.
Fat, too, huh? Well, we'll give him something to think about. Now, when we're through talking, he's bound to ask you who it was, and you just say it was an out-of-town friend of yours.
Out-of-town friend? Oh, yes. I used to know a boy who lived in Baltimore. He knows about him, too. I'll just say it's a Baltimorean friend.
Yes, a Baltimorean friend.
And so Jane has a little plan to hold on to Mr. Ace. Just how it works out, we learn when next we meet the Easy Aces.
First on the scene, crime photographer. Got it. Look for it in the Morning Express. CBS Radio brings you Crime Photographer, another adventure of Casey, ace cameraman of the Morning Express, who covers the crime news of a great city. Written for radio by Alonzo Dean Cole and played by Stocks Cotsworth, tonight's adventure, Source of Information. Early afternoon, the untidy photographer's room of the Morning Express. It empty now except for Casey, who stands at a window frowning at the threatening wintry sky. Then the door opens softly and an old man enters. His face is unshaven, his clothing unkempt.
Hi. Casey?
Oh. Hello, Grove.
Nasty day outside.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're alone here, boy.
Look, Grove, I simply can't make you any more loans. I've lost track of what you got me for now, but it's at least a couple of hundred.
Oh, you got me wrong, Casey. I'm not here in search of financial assistance this morning. This afternoon.
No?
No. This time, unfortunately, my problems can't be solved by money. Casey, I've been robbed.
Robbed?
Of my life's work. My magnum opus. The expose that could rock this town to its foundations. The candid memoirs of my 40 years as a crime reporter.
Oh, you've been talking about that big expose for a long time, Pop. Did you ever actually put any of it down on paper?
It was almost completely finished, Casey. Well, good half of it was. Honest, boy, I'd written a lot. That is, when my typewriter was out of hock.
Now the script's been stolen.
Yes. I went out last evening around 10 o'clock for, a couple of beers. I ran into friends and... Oh, nuts. No use trying to kid you. I got blotto and passed out. Woke up lying in a doorway somewhere and finally made my room about an hour ago. It had been ransacked and my manuscript was gone. Then I borrowed car fare and came straight to you.
Why to me?
Well, the cops wouldn't believe anything I told them. You know. They know I'm a rummy.
And I don't.
You know, I was once a great newspaper man. One of the greats. I could write an expose that had put a lot of this town's big shots behind bars.
Sure, but because you were a great newspaper guy, you'd never write the kind of stuff you've been threatening. You'd be ratting on a whole lot of people who gave you their confidence. You'd be divulging your sources of information. And drunk or sober, no top banana in our racket ever does that.
He might, when he's piled up the grudges I have.
I doubt it.
You don't realize what it is to be in the gutter and see guys whom you know are stinking rats riding by in their Cadillacs. Sons even sold out their own fathers and mothers.
I know. But you're a newspaper man, and you wouldn't betray your source of information.
Casey, my manuscript was stolen because somebody thinks I would disclose a source of private information.
You wouldn't even write it.
You don't know how sore a guy who's down and out can get. Oh, you're right in one way. No, I wouldn't let the stuff be published. I wouldn't let anyone even look at it. But I did write it, Casey. I did write it. I had to in order to get rid of some of the poison that's eating deep into my guts.
Who do you think stole that stuff.
If I told you that, I would be disclosing a source of information. I prefer to retain your good opinion.
Grove, are you leveling with me?
No. No, Casey, no. Nothing was stolen from me. Nothing that matters, that is. I was just building up for a touch. I figured if you thought I'd lost my memoirs of my life's work, which I haven't written and never will, you might be sympathetic enough for a 5-spot. Well, so long, boy.
No, wait. Here's the 5. I can't spare any more.
Thanks.
Now, look here. I was talking to a guy last night who wants some ghostwriting done. It's the kind of thing that you can bat out in your sleep. It'll pay good dough. You go see him.
Casey, I can't write anymore.
You can. No one who's ever been as good as you were has ever finished until they're dead. I'm writing the guy's name and address on one of my cards. Now, you give it to him.
Okay. Thanks again.
Forget it.
So long, boy.
Yeah. Grove, you were lying to me about those memoirs being stolen.
Yeah, nothing's been stolen from me. Nothing of any value can ever be stolen from me. So long.
So long, pal. I wonder. Oh, nuts.
You ain't got good sense, Casey. Why, I won't even let Grove Snyder come into this barroom. How you can let an old bum like him put the B on you again just beats...
I didn't let him put the B on me, Ethelbert. I merely mentioned that he dropped in to see me about half an hour ago, and you go off.
How much did he take you for this time, Casey?
He didn't take me for anything. What if I did pass him maybe 4 bits? So what? People like you and me, Annie, and you too, Ethelbert. You should be proud to know a guy like Grover Cleveland Snyder. You know, his byline was once the most famous in this country.
Sure, and then he drank it up. For the past 5 years at least, he couldn't have held a job on the Bingeville Bugle.
Okay, he's a bum and I'm a sap.
I wonder if he's ever wrote any of them memoirs he's always talking about. They should be real hot stuff.
Yeah, he certainly could tell all about some characters in this town.
Yeah.
Reporting and investigating crimes for 40 years, as he's always saying, he must have got the lowdown on a lot of seamy people.
And dangerous people, too. Hey, let's change the subject, huh?
Casey, what are you worried about?
Nothing. I'm not worried.
You act like you was.
Well, okay, then. I'm worried about the Dodgers. Listen, do you think they'll stand a chance next season?
Casey, that's a matter I've given a lot of thought to. Just a second. Oh, excuse me. Blue Note Cafe, Ethelbert the bartender speaking. Oh, hello. Huh? Yeah, sure. Just a minute. It's for you, Casey.
City desk?
No, Captain Logan.
Logan?
That's what he said, and he was kind of snappy.
Give me.
Well, Logan never calls here.
Hello? Yes, Logan. Why, just a little while ago, around 12:30. Yes? What? Where? Yeah, I'll join you right away.
What is it, Casey?
Old Grove has mooched his last dime.
What?
He's dead.
Old Grove?
Dead?
Shot 3 times through the stomach and once between the eyes.
Oh, but why?
Maybe because I didn't believe him at the right time and did believe him at the wrong time. He had a card of mine in his pocket. That's why Logan phoned me. Let's go.
And Casey, you believe now that Grove was telling the truth when he said those memoirs were stolen from his room last night?
Well, that seems to be the answer, Logan. Somebody who heard of Grove's threats to write an expose of all the inside stuff he knew didn't want something to become public. That somebody didn't realize that the old guy wouldn't and couldn't make confidential stuff public anyhow. And, oh, nuts, if I had...
now look, Casey, quit blaming yourself. Well, I'd have reacted to Grove's story the same way you did.
Yeah, so would I, Miss Williams. So would anyone who knew the old moocher as we did, pal.
I suppose so. From what you've told me, Logan, this looks like the job of a professional rod man. Somebody hired him.
Yeah. The killer worked fast and effectively and got lost in the crowd. Casey, you know where the old guy's rooming house is?
Yeah. It's a crummy joint up on 90th Street.
Now, let's go. I want to look at his room.
So do I.
See here, Captain. No crooked business has ever went on in this rooming house of mine, and
This is Brundage. One of your roomers has been murdered. And while my men are going over his room in there, it'll be best if you answer some civil questions without any further argument.
No, I never gotten a civil question from a cop. Where's the fire, you say, when I'm driving? Must you block the sidewalk, you say, when I'm standing? Will you keep back, you say, when I'm looking?
Excuse me, Logan. Mrs. Brundage.
Yeah?
That's an uncommon name, isn't it, Brundage?
My late husband was an Englishman, born and bred in London. Brundage is an English name.
Really? It's a name you don't hear every day.
Well, ain't like Smith or Jones or Cohen. My maiden name was Gallagher.
What do you know? My name's Casey.
Is it now?
Mm-hmm. My mother was a Shannon.
Mine was a Flanagan.
Well. Do you mind if I shoot a picture of you?
I certainly do. What's your game, Mr. Casey?
Well, I'm a press photographer.
I say you're a con man, Blarney boy. And I'm not buying anything you've got to sell. But Captain Logan, you and I speak the same honest language. What is it you want to know about poor Grove Snyder?
Well, Mrs. Brundage.
Sit down, Blarney boy, and way back.
Okay, Annie. Will I ever hear the last of this?
Now, first, Mrs. Brundage, have you any idea when Snyder left his room last night?
I heard his typewriter going until, maybe 10 o'clock, Cap. If he went out, it was after that.
And when did he return?
I didn't see him till around 11:30 this morning.
Did he say anything to you then?
Yep. Said he'd been robbed and wanted to borrow 50 cents from me, which I'll never see again, and went out.
And you didn't touch anything in his room?
No. I just took a look at the mess inside and closed the door and locked it.
You know anything about the book he was writing?
Sure. He talked to everyone about it. He was going to turn this town inside out and make him $1 million, he said.
Have you ever seen his manuscript, Mrs. Brundage?
His what?
The accumulated pages he typed for his book.
No. But sometimes he typed all day and most of the night, and then he'd go on a bender, and I wouldn't hear his machine for a couple of weeks or more. Often it'd be in a pawn shop. That's all I can tell you about Grove Snyder, except he was a pest, a moocher, and a sorehead. But he was a real gentleman underneath, and I'm sorry he's gone.
Hey, Captain Logan.
Yes, Sergeant?
We finished with the room.
Good. Excuse me, Mrs. Brundage.
Certainly, Captain.
What'd you find, Sergeant?
A loose floorboard there. Underneath was this scrap of paper.
Yeah. The corner torn from the typewritten page.
Mm-hmm. So the manuscript was hidden under the floorboard.
Well, that's my guess, Miss Williams.
Well, what's written on that torn-off corner, Logan?
There's nothing that makes sense. Just the end of a sentence. Ulti case was broken.
Ulti case?
Ulti. U-L-T-Y. It's merely part of a word. It's been torn, Casey. The entire word could have been tumulty or faculty.
There's a good 4 inches of blank paper under those 3.5 words, so this was probably torn from the final or bottom page of the manuscript by whoever lifted it from that hole. Anything else, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. The boys and I picked up 22 cigarette butts off this floor. All of a brand the landlady said Grove Snyder never smoked.
Well, the thief must have been here an awful long time to smoke 22.
The thief and killer, Annie. He came here to get that manuscript and to bump off Grove Snyder at the same time. The old man got too drunk to find his way home, and the killer had to get out before people in the house woke up this morning. So he picked up Grove later, tailed him, and shot him.
Yeah, I think that's how it was.
Here's a little thing we found that don't look as though it belonged to Snyder, sir.
Dice?
Only one.
Well, Grove never shot craps. He didn't gamble at all.
Nobody be gambling with that dice, Casey.
Crooked?
As a country road, Captain. Look. It always comes up 5.
You get a 6 with it, and you've thrown 11.
Or a 2 gives you 7.
And you can't throw snake eyes or double deuces or boxcars.
You couldn't put a raw cheater like that in a game. Even school kids would get wise to it after a few passes.
But a guy might carry it as a gag, a pocket piece, or a trademark.
Sergeant.
You reminded of somebody, sir?
Hialeah Sam.
Hialeah Sam?
There's a wanted on him in 4 states, Casey. He's a killer who'll work for anyone who'll pay his fee. You know, some crooks always wear polka dot neckties and blue suits.
Hialeah Sam is never without a pair of loaded dice in his pocket. Old-fashioned hick cheaters like this. They're his calling cards, his identification papers when he goes into new territory.
And he may be minus half a pair right now.
Yeah, that's the picture I see. Sergeant, get out a special alarm on Hialeah. Homicide Bureau, Captain Logan speaking. You got Hialeah Sam already? Oh, dead. Shot in the back, then tossed out of a car, huh? And half a pair of dice in his pocket that throws only twos. That's just dandy.
We'll return to Crime Photographer in just a moment. Tomorrow night, Marlena Dietrich as Diane LaVolta unmasks a fake diplomat on Time for Love. It's a drama of international intrigue involving our roving young adventuress, Miss LaVolta, in a skiing episode that turns out to be deadly. Tomorrow night, CBS Radio's Time for Love will be loaded with thrills, and it'll be yours over most of these same stations. And now, back to Casey, Crime Photographer.
Then the murder case of Grove Snyder is right back where it started, huh, Casey?
Back behind where it started, Ethelbert. We had some leads, but with this Hialeah Sam bumped off, we got nothing.
Oh, well, even if the cops had found him alive, we'd have had nothing, Casey. Hired killers of his type don't talk.
I know. You know, the way that gunman was bumped off as a lead, Annie?
Oh, yeah?
It was just as unprofessional as the murder of Grove Snyder was professional. Poor old Grove had 4 shots pumped into him, all at vital spots. Hialeah Sam was shot only once. And the ME figures that he was still alive when he was dumped haphazardly out of a car and slowly bled to death.
Well, where's the lead to this one?
I'm looking for it. You know, in my book, somebody hired Hialeah Sam to steal Grove's manuscript and to bump the old guy off. But Hialeah wasn't able to do both jobs at the same time. Circumstances compelled a long wait, a wait longer than it takes a guy to smoke 22 cigarettes. And to kill time, he probably read Grove's manuscript.
Oh, and learned a lot of dirt about the person who'd hired him.
Say.
No, the employer couldn't take a chance.
He killed Hialeah.
I think so, Ethelbert.
Yeah, well, who do you suppose the employer was?
Grove wrote about him, gave the lowdown on him in that expose.
Yeah, but the manuscript's gone, and Grove can't tell us what was in it.
He can give us a big hint. In the stuff that was published under his byline.
Casey, Grove Snyder was a crime reporter for 40 years.
He told me his memoirs were half completed, Annie. That'd cover the first 20 years, more or less. And he's been on the beach for around 5 years. We go through the files starting about 25 years back.
We go through the files?
Right now, in the Morning Express morgue, Annie. Come on.
Casey, you can't do this to me.
Ain't you even going to say so long? Reading back numbers of newspapers from 1930 back. But then were the good old days. 1930, 1929. What am I saying? Them were Prohibition days.
Ann? I found something. Look, come here and read this. September 15th, 1929. Today, former political power Big John Keston and his chief lieutenant Fred Ziggy Friedlander entered Woolstock Prison to begin serving the life sentences imposed on them for instigating the New Year's Eve massacre of the 4 McNulty brothers.
McNulty?
That torn scrap of paper, Annie. Ulti case is broke.
Yeah, I know. The McNulty Massacre is one of the great crime classics.
That's right. As I remember, the 4 McNulty brothers were big-time bootleggers who controlled all the liquor business on the South Side. And on New Year's Eve of 28, I think it was, they threw a big party at one of their joints, and when everybody was plastered, half a dozen masked men crashed the gate and shot several guards and then lined the 4 McNultys up against a wall and cut loose on them with Tommy guns.
Oh, yeah, and a rival gang was first blamed for the killings.
That's right. That was the Carmine mob. But as usual during Prohibition days, the John Laws talked a lot and did nothing. And over a year went by, and then Grove Snyder got some information and broke the case wide open. It was one of his greatest scoops.
Yeah, and he got a journalism prize for the job he did.
That's right. I don't remember any of the details. Annie, get back to those files. Let's learn everything we can about the McNulty massacre.
And what did you and Miss Williams get out of boning up on the McNulty ancient history, Casey?
Had that Grove Snyder, through a source of private information that he, of course, refused to identify, secured evidence that sent 3 guys to the chair and 2 others to Woolstock with life sentences.
And Grove had to have bodyguards during the trial and for nearly a year after.
Big John Keston, the political boss who engineered the entire dirty mess, served his life sentence in 6 months. A heart attack finished him off. Ziggy Friedlander, his head stooge, got out on parole about a year ago. Now, you may have something, Casey. Ziggy was the kind who never forgot a grudge.
Well, I've been checking on Ziggy Friedlander, pal, and he doesn't fit our picture.
Huh?
Now, he seems to have been a guy who played awful rough, but in accordance with the rules. I mean, he'd have knocked off Grove or his own brother to save himself and his boss from those life sentences, but after the book was thrown at him, he couldn't nurse a hate for a newspaper guy who played according to his set of rules.
Well, what's your idea?
Big John Keston had a son, an only child.
Yeah, I believe so.
You don't know much about him?
Nothing, as a matter of fact.
Well, I made it a point of learning something about him, and I'm going to learn more. Something old Grove said about sons who'd sell out their own fathers.
Yeah?
I made a date with John Keston Jr. tonight at his home. Afterwards, Logan, I'll let you know how it made out.
Hey, I don't get this.
I'm playing a hunch, pal, and if it's right, you'll have the solution to the murders of Grove Snyder and Hylia Sam.
Have a chair, Mr. Casey.
Thanks, Mr. Keston. Beautiful apartment you have here.
Oh, it's a little large for a bachelor, but I never liked cramped quarters. You're a newspaper man, you said when you phoned.
Yeah, Morning Express. We're alone here?
Yes. You, of course, want to interview me about the professional indoor tennis matches I'm sponsoring next month.
No, I'm here to talk to you about Grover Cleveland Snyder.
What is Grover Cleveland Snyder?
You don't know?
I'm not sure that I do.
He's the man who sent your father to prison.
Oh, that's Snyder.
Mm-hmm. And less than a week ago, the papers reported his murder.
I don't read crime news, Mr. Casey. Since you're familiar with my father's tragedy, you can imagine why I don't.
There's practically no limit to my imagination, Mr. Keston. You, of course, didn't know that Grove Snyder was writing the book.
No.
Or that the typewritten manuscript of that book was stolen from his room the night before he was killed.
My only knowledge of the man and his work dates back 25 years when I was a boy. He sent my father to prison on false evidence, and my father died there. My mother died, too, as a result of our disgrace. I've tried to forget you, Mr. Snyder.
You weren't exactly a boy 25 years ago. I've been looking up the record.
All right. I was 26 years old then. What about it?
Nothing. Snyder talked a lot about the book he was writing, Mr. Keston, and you must have heard about it. The book was going to be an expose of the rottenness and rattiness Grove Snyder had encountered as a crime reporter.
Now, look here.
Yes, there was one thing that nobody knew about that half-finished book but Grove and me. That even the guy who had it stolen doesn't know now.
Well?
I'll tell you. The guy who stole the manuscript got only half of what his employer wanted. He found the original, but not the carbon copy.
Carbon copy?
Mm-hmm. Writers make carbon copies of what they write. I have the copy of Snyder's expose.
What do you want, Casey?
What am I offered?
Before we go into that, let's have some proof that you're telling the truth.
All right, how's this? You inherited $2 million when your old man died of a heart attack in prison. He was a big, strong-looking guy, but the docs told him to watch his step and avoid excitement because of his weak heart. And you knew of a way to provide lots of excitement. So you got acquainted with a famous newspaper man named Grover Cleveland Snyder.
You make me sound like a murderer.
Uh-huh. But your old man had a stronger ticker than you and his doctors thought. And it carried him through a long court trial and 6 months in jail, but it finally gave out. Didn't you find that story in your copy of the old Grove manuscript, Mr. Keston?
You've come here to blackmail me.
Have I?
But you're not going to get away with it.
What? Oh. Is that the gun you used on Hylia Sam?
Yes. And since you know about him, you know I use it well. He read that lying manuscript, too, and thought he could hold it over me. I want your copy, Mr. Casey. Where is it?
In my apartment.
We're going there right now, and you're giving it to me.
With that gun in your hand, what can I do?
Only what I tell you.
That's what you think.
What?
Drop your rod, Junior.
I have. Don't shoot.
Who are you?
Junior should know. Or has 25 years in stir changed me too much, Junior?
Ziggy Friedlander.
Uh-huh. And it's nice to meet up with you again after all this time.
You heard?
Yeah. I called while you was out to dinner, Junior. And as an old friend should, I let myself in. I wanted to look over your swell big flat in private. You see, I've been reading in the papers about the killings of Grove Snyder and that Hylia Sam. In a prison, I'd done an awful lot of thinking. Everything added up, Junior, but I wanted to be sure. Even very suspicious guys like me find it hard to believe that a son would sell out his father.
What are you going to do, Ziggy?
Do to a rat like you?
No, don't.
Don't, Ziggy. Let the law have it.
When did I ever live with the law? It makes too many guys and too many mistakes for a guy like me. I don't make any.
Ziggy, no!
Friedlander.
Keep back, mister. This rod's got 3 more slugs in it.
And they're for me?
No. I've done the job I came to do, and though you didn't mean to, you helped me. I've heard about you, Casey of the Morning Express. You're pretty well known up in Woolstock.
Yeah?
A lot of guys there hate your guts, but they say you play according to the rules. You weren't pulling up blackmail on Junior. You had cops waiting downstairs for him, didn't you?
Yes.
Well, your cops are still waiting. And here's my rod to give them.
Ziggy.
Yeah, I'm old. I'm tired. I just paid a debt that's been eating me. And the only home I got is prison. If they put me in a death cell this time, well, that's according to the rules. Some guys learn how to really think in prison, Casey. I did. Come on, let's go.
Quite a character, that Ziggy Friedlander, Casey.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, don't get sentimental about him, Ethelbert. He's a vicious, wild animal that's only been partially tamed by old age and long imprisonment in a cage, and he shouldn't have been let out of that cage.
I guess that's right, Miss Williams. Say, Casey, I'd like to read the hot stuff Grove Snyder must have wrote in his book. You think he might have really left a carbon copy of it?
Of course he didn't, Ethelbert. Old-time newspaper guys like Grove never made a copy of anything. He simply stuck a single sheet in a typewriter and banged away with a copy boy waiting beside him to grab each page and rush it to the desk. I figured Keston wouldn't know about that.
And Grove Snyder speaking to you about rats who even sold out their own fathers and mothers gave you the idea?
Well, it helped. But Ziggy Friedlander figured Keston, too, and without that lead.
But it took him 25 years to do it.
Well, your pal Casey's a very bright guy, Ethelbert.
Oh, sure, and you're a modest violet. You know what your bright pal Casey is called in certain quarters, Ethelbert?
What, Miss Williams?
Blarney boy.
Blarney boy?
Yeah, I'll tell you about it.
I knew that was going to be brought up sometime.
You've been listening to Crime Photographer, played by Stocks Cotsworth and written for radio by Alonzo Dean Cole, based on the original character created by George Harmon Cox. with Jan Miner as Anne, John Gibson as Ethelbert, Bernard Lenrow as Captain Logan, Lou White's original music, and Teddy Wilson as the Blue Note pianist. Crime Photographer is produced and directed by John Dietz. This is Bob Hite inviting you to join us again next week at this same time for another fast-moving adventure of Casey, Crime Photographer. Tomorrow night on CBS Radio's Junior Miss, Judy, she's our Junior Miss, as you may know, gets into a dither but deaf as her girlfriend Fuffy and she disagree on how to study for final exams. Another teapot tempest with loads of laughs in the brewing thereof. Tomorrow night on most of these stations, Junior Miss. Don't miss it. Gangbusters go into action Saturday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
P1681 reporting in service. Starting mileage 28,379. 28,379. On station call to meet Unit 5-3 at Overland and Braddock.
Control 1 to 5610-4. On station call 6:14 p.m. Starting night watch.
This is Don Reed, a police recorder. At the moment, you're in the back of Detective Unit 5-6, just reporting in service on the night watch. That was Sergeant Ron Perkins, radioing Control 1. In just a couple of minutes, we're going to meet car 5-3 and pick up a detective from the forgery detail. But first, I want to remind you, these people are not actors. This is it. This is real. This is what happens on the night watch.
Night Watch, the actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. There are no actors. There is no script. Every voice, every sound is authentic. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. Night Watch, presented with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California. W.N. Hildebrand, Chief. And now we switch you to car 5-6, already on investigation somewhere in the field, and to police recorder Don Reed.
It's 6:48 p.m., and at the moment we're en route to a Bay City to attempt to pick up a hot check suspect. Briefly, this is the picture. A few moments ago, we picked up Detective Hansen, forgery detail. He has definite information that a suspect wanted for cashing bad checks is now in a bar in Santa Monica. Just at this moment, we're going over a hill. Below us, the lights of this Bay City, and beyond, the Pacific Ocean with, hundreds of little sailboats out there in the harbor, just barely visible in the semi-darkness. Hansen's going to use the radio now.
Go ahead. Will you call West L.A., tell them to have Sergeant Barr meet me in the parking lot behind the Georgian Hotel on Ocean Street, Santa Monica. He's expecting the call.
Well, how come Barr can identify this guy? Was he in the market at the time?
On Friday and Saturday night, Barr works there extra watching the check cashing stand. And when this fellow tried to cash the check, they recognized the name because it said Stuckham on a whole bunch of checks before he picked up the last guy. And as soon as they made him, he run out of the store. Barr right after him. He went over that concrete wall fence in the back a little faster than Barr did and got away. So I told him I was meeting tonight. If we made the meet, he would be down for me to give him a call and he'd come down with me and he could identify him. was the guy.
Well, that's the deal. If the suspect is in the bar, we'll hold him and see if the other officer can identify him. We're swinging into the hotel parking lot.
You want to go through the back door, Hanson, and I'll go into the front way?
We'll take up station here behind a couple of palm trees. There's a clear view straight through to the bar. I can see right through the front door. About 8 or 10 people are sitting on the stools there. One note I forgot to add. This suspect is a 3-time loser on the same charge. His record shows 3 arrests and 3 prison terms. In fact, I understand he just got out of jail, or joint, as some of the prisoners call it. Of course, as you heard, his big mistake, he left the market in such a hurry he forgot his driver's license. Now, Sergeant Perkins is coming through the front door and is meeting Detective Hanson. They're talking with someone at the bar. It's too dark to identify. The 3 are coming this way. Now, that's our boy, all right. I recognize him from the mug photo. Let's get a good look at the suspect under the lights. Tall, thin, sallow complexion. Well, we're all getting in the car now. The LA officer will be along in just a moment. And see if he can identify the suspect. Meanwhile, let's see what he has to say.
I've been in trouble with my record. What the heck's going to happen?
Well, how about the check?
I blew my top one night and made a mistake.
And now about your old operator's license. Where is it?
That I don't know.
Now, don't give me any baloney.
I'm not. I'm giving it to you straight. I don't know.
Were you in Thrift Mart and tried to cash that check?
No, sir. No, sir. Absolutely
You
not.
tried to cash a check there where you'd cashed some before. They recognized the name and chased you out. And Sergeant Barr of West L.A. chased you, and you got away from him when you jumped over the brick fence in the back.
That wasn't me.
You sure?
I'm positive.
What if he saw you?
Well, I wouldn't know whether he saw me or not. I mean, I don't know. I don't even know who you're talking about, so that I didn't have anything to do with.
Well, where did you lose your operator's license?
Well, I don't know. I think I lost it when I first came back.
After you came back from the joint?
Yeah. I don't know. Just one day I happened to look for my license and I didn't have it. I mean...
How long have you been out of the joint?
How
much time did you spend up there?
A year. I might look like the guy or something. I don't know. I mean, that's part I wouldn't know, but I sure as heck am not the guy.
This the only check you have out?
The one I was telling him about.
There's none other anywhere else?
No.
What's going to happen the next time you get drunk?
I'm not going to get drunk. I'm working now, and
How'd you find out that you'd written the check if you were drunk that night?
I didn't even know I'd written it.
There's Sergeant Barr now. Yeah. Pulling in beside our car. The officer who possibly can identify the suspect. Let's get out of the car. Sergeant's coming over. Studying the suspect.
I would say yes. I have a copy of his operator's license. You have? I can check his thumbprint against the one on his operator's license.
Well, he doesn't deny the operator's license. That's where he lives. On paper, but he says that just after he got out of the joint that he lost his operator's license.
What's an operator's license or a chauffeur's license?
Chauffeur's license.
Well, you lost your chauffeur's license to me. You're lucky you didn't get a little lid. I don't think so. No, I think so. You recall down at Thrift Mart when you passed the check? I mean, we're not kidding each other, and it's just a matter of fact. And to me, you appear to be the one. And when I check the operator's license against the thumbprint, well, I'll be satisfied. Other witnesses can identify you. And it fell up on top of the roof, threw a brick at you, but he missed you when you went over the fence. In fact, you have another check out that you passed at the same market prior to this time that you didn't pick up. Do you recall that?
Oh, yeah. I recall that if you're talking about the market up there on Venice Boulevard,
Yeah, so
I recall.
why did you run that day?
Well, as far as the checks are concerned at that market, yes, you're very correct. I have
passed the check there. Oh. And for that, I did time for it.
And
yes, sir. You're so right.
How about
there.
the one that you passed the other day you ran? There's no use of denying it. It's a matter of fact now. I mean, we're not trying to put anything on you that doesn't belong on you, but they still have the check. They still have your chauffeur's license. And what you lost, that is true, but you lost it at the market that day, not after you get out of the joint. Am I that right? It's just a matter of getting witnesses to prove it, that's all, which are available. A little hard up for dough, is that it?
Well, the suspect, as you heard, denies all knowledge of the crime, so he's being placed in the back seat of our car, and the officers are walking over here for a little private conference. Let's go off the car now and see if he tells the same story when the officers are not around. You don't think you fooled that officer by any chance, do you?
Say, if I had never been in no trouble in my life, I'd have said, yeah, I'm a loser. So what am I going to do? Stand up there and say, I'm the guy? I got to fight it out all the way.
Well, I knew this sergeant had you made the minute he came up.
I'm spotted right now. I had the same coat on. Of all times, I happen to have this on tonight. I haven't worn this in 3 weeks, and I happen to have it on tonight. Same coat.
Well, that's why he didn't have any trouble spotting you.
Sure.
The minute he walked up.
I knew when I heard. I knew that he was going to make. I knew he was going to make me. I knew that.
You got up pretty early to fool him, I'll be honest with you.
Well, I wasn't trying to fool him. Well, I was. Too. I mean, in a way, yes, I was trying to fool somebody. But when I walked up here tonight, I figured that I was going.
When that sergeant made you?
Yeah, well, I figured then I was gone for sure. So I didn't think there was any chance then. Any chance at all to get out.
How'd you happen to go into that place to try to pass that hot check?
I remember now. I mean, I didn't say anything. He hollered to stop or I'll shoot. And I said, I'd shoot. But at the time, I mean, it wouldn't have mattered to me because I knew what it meant to me. If the man turns me back, I know where I'm going. 1 to 14 years, and I'm not about to do no 1 to 14 years.
Okay. You're what are you, a 2-time loser?
3.
3-time loser?
3-time loser.
That's it, boy. You've had it.
That's right. I've had it. Exactly.
Okay, pal. I'm going over and talk with the officers. Bert, Seaman.
Yeah, what's up?
I was talking to the suspect off the record. He admits passing the bad checks and the escape.
Yeah? All we got to do is have him admit it to us now.
You'll hear him. I recorded the whole thing on tape.
You are listening to Night Watch and following the activities of a detective unit on its tour of duty. The people and sounds you hear are real, and the investigations are recorded in the field as they actually occur. We'll bring you the final results of tonight's action at the conclusion of Night Watch. And now we switch you back to car 5-6 on patrol and to police recorder Don Reed.
We've been back on patrol for better than an hour. A few moments ago, we received a call from car 5-2. They were holding a suspect and requested that we meet them. That's all the information we have. But we'll find out more about it in just a moment because right ahead, the flashing lights of a police unit. Officer Cameron has a young fellow in custody. His partner, Paul Good, coming over. Let's go over and see what this is all about.
What do you got, Paul?
Well, the partner and I were cruising along, and we saw this kid walking down the street and had a pretty strange-looking package under his arm. So we turned around and shook him down, found out the kid's packing a 16-gauge shotgun. Got about 3 boxes of ammo with him, a cartridge belt full. Just wandering aimlessly around this time of night.
Good boy,
Yeah.
I've seen him before. We've booked him on burglary. In fact, the other night, I stopped him for shooting BB guns at a car.
Looking over at the young fellow.
He appears to be about 15 or 16, wearing Levi's with a GI cartridge belt wrapped around his middle. Sergeant Perkins is talking with the boy, so let's move right on over there.
Right over here by Culver Center? You got a receipt for it?
No.
How much you pay for it?
Without the tax, it was $22.55.
They sold it to you?
Yeah. Walked in, he says, I want to buy a shotgun. Those are shells. He says, I want to buy a shotgun. He sold me those, too.
But he's been arrested on a felony. Is not permitted to have a gun.
You're not going to get the guy in trouble, are you?
Yes, we are. He sells a minor a gun. We certainly are. Take him up there.
Well, the young fellow is being placed in the back seat of car 5-2.
We're not going in the station. Take him in, too.
Here is the office of the Detective Bureau. The young boy picked up with a shotgun is just coming into the room, sitting across the desk from Sergeant Perkins. Not too worried about this problem, apparently, despite the fact among his previous arrests is burglary, a felony, which makes this charge of having a gun in his possession a very serious one.
How long ago would that be?
Oh, a couple weeks before we moved.
Your folks don't know that you have it?
Mm-mm.
What are they going to say?
I don't know what my dad's going to say. My mother won't say much.
Where were you going tonight with it?
I was taking it down to the bus stop. I was going to hide it in the weeds, see? And then in the morning, when I go down to the bus stop, pick it up and take it on the bus, because I couldn't take the chance of taking it out of the house with me. I mean, taking it out of the garage, taking it down the alley there and
Where were you going to take the gun?
Redondo Beach.
Why?
See, that's where a friend of mine lives. We go hunting up there. And way up in behind there, there's real nice hills for hunting. Hawks, not many rabbits, rattlesnakes, and...
Do you know how to handle that gun?
Mm-hmm.
You ever fired it?
No.
You ever fired a shotgun?
Yeah, I used a 12 and I've used a 16.
Do you know it's against the law for you to have one in your possession?
I had a faint idea about it, but I wasn't sure whether it was against the law for... I knew it was against the law for me to have it because my parents don't know I've got it. And I bought it... I don't know whether you'd consider it buying it illegal. I told the guy my parents said it was okay, so he sold it to me.
When were you arrested for burglary? What was the date? In February of this year?
You mean
the first
those tools deals?
Yeah.
I don't know.
The first part of this year, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm. Well, that's why I see when everybody picked me up and they asked me, why did you fight the tools? I said, I didn't know. Well, it was for the money to get the gun. And see, I was starting collecting right then. And a couple times since, my mother's found little bits of money. I told her I was saving up for other things, but I was saving it for the gun. And see, I was going to sell those tools for $10, and I already had 15, and that's all I needed to buy the gun. But then you caught me on that deal, so I didn't get the 10.
The other day when I talked to you, I told you about those BB guns. And within 2 days after that, you're out firing BB guns again. Seems to me you don't learn.
I wasn't going to hurt anything with a gun.
You don't consider hurting anything or anybody by stealing the money to buy the gun.
But I didn't steal the money to buy the gun. I was going to steal the money, but you caught me for it, so then I had to save it out of my other money.
Well, looks like you're going to spend a little time with us tonight.
Why?
For having that shotgun. Apparently, somebody doesn't have proper control over you. You're here on one burglary.
Yeah, but I didn't steal the gun.
I'm not talking about stealing the gun. It's possession. It's illegal. You're under the age of 18. You knew it was wrong. Otherwise, you'd have told your parents about it. You knew your parents wouldn't approve of your having that gun.
They don't trust me with a gun.
I don't either. That's why you're here. Take him on upstairs. Put him in the cell.
The boy is being escorted from the office. He will be held here temporarily, at least until the investigation is completed. About 45 minutes have passed since we talked to the young boy.
Meanwhile, the sergeant put in a call for the owner of the store where the gun was purchased. He has just entered the office. Nervous, not quite sure what it's all about.
I wanted to get some information. Do you sell any firearms down there at your store?
Well, we sell 22s once in a while, and we take orders on them. We don't actually
Any
stock.
shotguns down there?
We don't stock them at all.
Do you sell any? Have you sold any in the last couple of months down there?
I think we sold one.
Who was that to? Do you remember?
Some young fellow,
How old was he?
about 16, I guess.
How about shotgun shells?
Yes, we sold the same fellow shells.
Are you the owner of the store there?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with the ordinance that prohibits the sale of firearms to minors?
Actually, I'm not familiar one way or the other with it.
Have you been informed relative to selling of firearms?
No.
Radio car officers, Officer Cameron and Officer Good, picked up a 16-year-old boy tonight carrying a shotgun and all these shotgun shells. He purchased the shotgun from your store. As far as we're concerned, it's a very serious thing.
This kid has been now. This one, I honestly don't know when he started to buy them. They've been coming in and buying shells. Now, whether he came in once with his father or not, I don't know. But he had been looking at this gun for months and months and said his father finally gave him permission to get it. And he brought in, in fact, it took us maybe 3-4 weeks to get the gun for him. And that's how we sold it to him.
Well,
but I actually thought that he had his father's consent.
His parents know nothing about the gun whatsoever.
See, he said his parents gave him the money.
But he is a juvenile, and it's your responsibility to...
I realize that now. Believe me, I guess I have to take the full responsibility for it. I realize the seriousness. Really, I do.
Well, it's more serious than I think than you realize, because this boy is not the type of boy that should have a gun. Somebody might have gotten hurt. And if somebody had gotten hurt, you would be criminally responsible, the same as the boy and his parents. Now, we have no alternative in this particular case but to request that the city attorney file a complaint against you.
I have no...
But I would suggest that in the future that you refrain from selling any type of a deadly weapon.
Well, I definitely will. I mean, I'm just sick, that's all. I've never done anything wrong. I've always tried to do the right thing. That's all. Thank God nobody was hurt. I mean, I'm not trying to ease myself. I'm just sick, that's all, really. I just hope that...
one thing, the thing that probably is saving a lot of trouble is the fact the officers spotted him before somebody got hurt with a gun.
I mean, I'm just sick about it. I'll go outside. My wife will give me worse than what you did so far. But I really am very sick about this thing. And anything that I can do, I will do.
Okay, so
I've always been cooperative, and I certainly advocate. I wouldn't want to do anything with this.
Well, I'll drop down first part of the week and discuss it with you. I'm sure we'll be comfortable. Okay, thank you for coming in.
Most of the investigation is over on this case. We're on the last lap. That is, we're about to notify the parents of this young fellow with a shotgun. Now we're just pulling up in front of his house. Up the walk. It's a modest home here in the suburbs. A couple of bikes and some roller skates on the porch. Young, attractive woman coming to the door. Screen's open. Sergeant is advising her of the problem.
Right now, Mr. Mayor, I got home from the show and I thought it was at a kid's house and I'm just sick.
Okay.
Oh, come on. What happened now? We're moving furniture here.
He was carrying a shotgun down here earlier this evening.
A shotgun?
Shotgun.
You mean a real shotgun?
Real shotgun. A bunch of shotgun shells. He bought the gun about a month and a half ago from this store over here. They sold it to him. We talked to the manager. He's admitted it, and we're filing action against him for selling to a minor.
Oh, I've been so mad at them. They've sold shells, and he's given them to other kids, and they'll sell anything to any kid. No matter who it is, they'll sell anything if they have the money.
Well, we're putting a stop to it because we're filing action against them on that basis.
Well, we had everything settled yesterday. We talked it all over, and we're going to take him to a doctor and have treatment, and I can hardly talk. I got so upset when I got home. We decided that everything would be okay, and we would let him have psychiatric treatment, which we thought would straighten him out and all that. He shouldn't be out at night, and I haven't let him be. So tonight we wanted to go to the drive-in, and we asked him to go, and he didn't want to go to the drive-in. I got home, and he wasn't home.
Well, we were trying to get hold of this first chance we had to get back down here.
Have you done anything, though? I mean, can he come home?
Yes, we can be released.
Oh,
to you.
I'm telling you.
But the fact that the trouble he's been in and the fact that he was carrying this gun, he could have gotten into trouble. Somebody could have gotten hurt. That's a pretty deadly weapon, that shotgun. Well, if you want to, can you go get your car?
Yes.
You want to go on down and I'll notify them to release
Do I have
him.
to go in there again?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Check him out.
Okay, let's go.
Well, the problem seems fairly well squared away. The boy will be released to his mother.
I'll be right back. Well, get your PJs on, honey.
All right, I'll call him and tell him to let him go. Good night.
Let's get back to our radio car.
Five 6 to 1.
Throw 1 to 5-6. Go ahead.
5-6, on our present call in regards to the possession of a shotgun, will you release the juvenile to his mother? She'll be at the station in about 5 minutes. I'll sign the necessary papers when I 1019.
Control 1 to 5-6, 10-4. Will do.
You know, Perk, I had a mania for guns when I was a kid, too. You know, maybe this whole thing could have been avoided if he had a dad like mine. He used to take me hunting.
Could be.
What you have just heard is real, recorded as it actually happened. And now, back to Police Headquarters and Chief W.N. Hildebrand.
Tonight's first investigation involving the suspect passing bad checks. The case took an unusual twist inasmuch as the suspect denied any knowledge of the crime when first questioned by the officers. However, after listening to his recorded admission, he confessed he was the man who had attempted escape after passing the bad check. The final investigation of the boy illegally possessing a shotgun showed where we must have the cooperation of store owners where firearms are sold. Many tragedies will be avoided in the future if tonight's case is well remembered. No police department can cooperate efficiently without the eyes and ears of the American public. To further that cause is the reason we bring you Night Watch.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have been following the on-the-scene reports of your police force in action. Every voice, every sound has been real. Night Watch, brought to you through the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, is produced by Sterling Tracy and Jim Hedlock, with technical advice by Sergeant Ron Perkins, and described in the field by the official police recorder, Don Reed.
Both stop. I won't have you two fighting, do you understand?
Yeah.
Only why you brought her in with us, I'll never know.
There must be so many things you'll never know, dearie. Why pick on little old me?
There she goes again, starting in.
Oh, for heaven's
That
sake.
phony accent and that phony blonde hair.
Oh, the girl cares.
Now, that's enough.
Oh,
Both of you listen to me.
She's such a...
Doris,
yeah.
you know, I like the way you've been operating.
Why, thanks.
You look good, you talk good, and you've managed to crash a lot of society parties that paid off. Well, we've been able to fence the stuff you've lifted, Doris, but what do we get for it? Only half of what it's worth.
Well, what?
So let's skip that kind of petty stuff.
Well, what do we do instead?
Now, I've got something big on the fire. Very big.
That's the reason you imported this?
I sure wish you'd leave poor little old me alone.
Now, Doris, I told you
I'm sorry, Grace, but look, let me do one more job, will you?
What's that?
There's a blonde mink coat belonging to a Mrs. Williams that I want for myself. It'll be a cinch to grab, and I want it.
Mrs. Marilyn Williams?
That's right.
Well, you can never get into her house. Why, it's guarded better than Fort Knox.
Oh, I've got a way. All right to try it?
Okay. Go ahead.
Sure, go ahead. Maybe you'll get caught, and then Grace and I wouldn't be bothered with you all.
That did it. Grace, what's she doing here? Who is she, and what do we need this baby-faced dame for?
Tell her, Gracie.
Doris.
Yeah.
This baby-faced dame is Sally Jo Russell.
Well,
I told you that we were going to branch out, and we're going to need her. I brought her here because she's wanted.
Not by me.
No. No, not by you. By the police. For murder.
Come on, what are you waiting for? Let's get this traffic moving. Get that car moving. No parking on this street. Hey, lady! Look out, look out! All right, let me through here, let me through.
She's hurt pretty bad, officer. I guess
I'll take care of her. She ran right in front of your car, I thought.
Yeah, I couldn't help hitting her. I stopped.
Yes, I know. All right, back up, everybody. I'm going to carry this girl into that big house there and phone for an ambulance. All right, back up. Give me some room. I'm coming through.
Yes, I know.
You know, do you? That's fine, you know. What's that supposed to do, make me happy?
I don't know.
You know, you don't know. Fine satisfaction I'm getting from you. You're a district attorney. Fighting crime is your responsibility.
I'm only responsible for seeing that guilty individuals are convicted.
Now, don't trade words with me, Markham. I've got connections, good political connections, as you well know.
Yes,
I've been victimized. All my friends have been victimized. There's a well-organized gang of thieves operating.
You'll only
and
let me-
you're doing nothing about it. I want something done.
Yes, I know you do.
Well, then do something about it, or you'll hear about it. Goodbye.
Oh. Do something about it. Just like that. Fine.
Philo Vance speaking.
This is Markham, Vance.
Well, my friend, things can't be that bad.
That is a matter of opinion. I'm having some pressure put on me, and I don't know exactly what to do about it.
How can I help?
Listen, Vance.
Yes?
There's been a series of robberies of socially prominent people in this city. Generally, furs, jewelry, and any cash lying around have been taken.
Yes?
The robberies, in most cases, have taken place while parties were going on. According to my information, it's possible that one or several of the female guests are part of an organized gang. Can you do anything about this, Vance?
You certainly haven't given me too much to work on.
I've never stopped you before. Does it bother you now?
On the contrary, it gives me added incentive.
That's good.
You seem to think a female gang is operating. Well, then the idea for me is to chercher la femme.
All I can say, Vance, is happy cherching.
Like this coat, Grace?
Yeah.
Get a look at the bag.
Pretty, Doris.
wanted one.
Too good for whoever's wearing it, if you ask me.
And nobody's asked you, Southern
Now,
Comfort.
stop it,
Both of you, before you get started.
Okay.
We've got some things to talk over.
Uh-huh.
Look, Doris. Yeah. I let you pull that job where you got the coat. But from now on, no more working solo. Well, I thought I did a pretty clever job. I pretended to get hit by a car, was carried into Mrs. Williams' house, and then while the cop was phoning for an ambulance, I grabbed the coat and went out the French windows.
Seems to me the cop could describe you pretty well. But of course, what would little old me know?
Little old you would know nothing. Kept my arm over my face when he carried me into the house. I wore a blonde wig. Oh, fine description he'll be able to give.
Oh, you probably did something stupid. Darling.
Grace, I've taken all I can from this thing. I'm going to tear her apart little by
You're mighty
little.
welcome to try. My hair. Let go of my hair.
Oh, let go. I'll rip it out.
Stop it, you
I'll stop her when I press my name on her face, you little twerp. You pick it up.
No, if I ever get this gun out of my
You
handbag.
don't move there. I'll there. Give it to me. Oh, you. That gun. No. There. All right, now, both of you. I said stop, and I mean stop. She tried to kill me. She tried to shoot me.
You think I was going to stand there and get scalped?
All right, no, I won't have any more of this. Gotta stop once and for all. We've got a job to do. Job all three of us are needed for. Yeah? And it's a big job. The biggest we've ever tried. Now, listen to me.
I'll listen, Grace. But are you sure you and I couldn't do this job alone?
How many more times do I have to push these pedals? Please continue, Mrs. Williams. It is excellent for the figure. Already I can see an improvement. I'm tired. Pushing these pedals and going no places in my idea of fun. Oh, give me a massage, Florette. Yes, Mrs. Williams. If you will come over here to the table and lie down. Best suggestion you've made all day. There. How's that? That is fine. Now I cover you with this sheet, and I work on your shoulder first. Hand me that box of chocolates, Florette. Oh, but Mrs. Williams, your figure. Oh, I've got to give you something to work off, don't I? Chocolates, please. Well, here you are. Thank you. Good. I wonder if the police found that girl who stole my fur coat. We would have heard, I'm sure. I guess that's right. Oh, what could that be? I find out. I will be right back. I'll have to hurry on my account. I'm enjoying myself. Well, who was it for it? I do not know yet. Yes? Well, who was it? Wait here. It was a man outside. His name is Philo Vance. The butler told him you were up here, so he came up. What was that name again? Philo Vance. He is private investigator. He read about your coat being stolen, and he wishes to talk to you about it. Is he attractive? Oh, yes, madame. Very good. Oh, let him come in by all means.
Hello, Mrs. Williams. I'm Philo Vance.
How do you do, Mr. Vance? Chocolate?
No, thank you.
You don't mind if I have...
Oh, go right ahead.
Thank you.
Mrs. Williams, your fur coat was stolen. A woman faked an accident, was carried in here, and she took the coat and disappeared while the policeman was calling for an ambulance.
You read about it in newspapers?
Yes. Will you tell me what the woman looked like?
I haven't the slightest idea. Oh, sure. Policeman carried her into my room, left her there to make the phone call. By the time he came to tell me I had company, she'd vanished.
I see. I thought perhaps you might be of some help, but apparently I was wrong.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, can I get you something to make up for it?
No, thank you very much. I have my massages at the club.
Vance, there is something I didn't tell the police that maybe you'd like to know.
Yes?
No, a woman, whoever she was, took a pair of stockings that belonged to me in addition to the coat. She left a souvenir, one torn stocking of her own.
She left one stocking here?
That's right. Well, I'll have Florette get it for you if you like it.
Yes, indeed.
Ripped, but it might mean something to you.
It certainly might, Mrs. Williams. When she left her one stocking, our thief made her one mistake.
Sit down, Vance. Glad to see you.
Thank you, Mark. I dropped in to report a little progress in the case you asked me to work on.
How little?
Very at the moment. But look at this stocking. Here.
Looks just like a stocking to me. It's ripped, but what's it supposed to tell me?
I'll tell you what it tells me. It will help me describe the girl who stole Mrs. Williams' fur coat and who might well be part of the gang that you're looking for.
Please go ahead and do your describing.
The girl is slender, tall, particularly fastidious about her clothes, has a disciplined mind, and is a brunette, I believe.
You know that from this stocking? Vance.
It's true. Notice the length of the stocking, Markham, and the size.
Yes.
It's marked 11. That's very large. Indicates the wearer had a large foot. Hence, I believe she's tall.
And what's this about being fastidious in her dress?
She took the time to steal a pair of stockings from Mrs. Williams' room, even though she was in a hurry to get out, because she didn't want to be seen on the street with a ripped stocking.
Uh-huh. And why is she a brunette?
Because the policeman who picked her up said she was a blonde. The woman was careful to shield her face. The blonde hair was obviously used as a decoy.
I agree with everything so far. But you claim she has a well-disciplined mind.
Yes.
How can you possibly say that?
The fact that she left only the ripped stocking at Mrs. Williams' house. Markham, she took with her the other stocking she was wearing.
What good will one stocking do her? And how does that explain that she had an orderly and well-trained mind?
I'll let you know as soon as I know whether I'm right or not. At the moment, I'm going to see whether or not I can find her. And only one thing disturbs me about that.
And that is?
I haven't the slightest idea where to look.
Well, Doris, that's a very pretty fire, don't you think? If you like fires.
I declare that's the most beautiful fire I ever did see. I did a mighty fine job of starting it. Those firemen will never get it under control.
Would you like to know why I think it's a pretty fire? Not especially. I have a pretty good idea.
You have? Now, who would ever guess it?
Sally, someday why don't you both stop? This is no time for fighting. We should be celebrating. Why? That fire means we're out of the penny-ante business of stealing furs and jewelry and selling them to fences. Oh. We're in a new business, a big business. The three of us.
Gracie, darling, like I said once before, when you mention the three of us, it always occurs to me that you're including one too many.
This is District Attorney Markham. The case we're working on concerns a series of robberies in wealthy homes, done, we believe, by a group of women. Philo Vance is working on the case, but his only result so far is a description he has of one of the members of the gang, a description obtained from a ripped nylon stocking. The last day or so has resulted in no new developments, but the gang is still active, we believe, although we don't know how or where. It might be that...
Yes, sir. Mr. Abbott will see you now, miss.
Oh, thank you. You wait here, Sally.
Sure enough, Grace. I'll wait right here, honey. I've got me a magazine and all the time.
All right. Oh, hello, Mr. Abbott.
Well, come in. Sit down.
All right. Well, has our enterprise concluded successfully?
Oh, yes, quite. Good fire. Very good fire.
Glad you liked it. Now, there remains only one little detail. A matter of...
Just a moment, please. Yes.
Will you want anything more tonight, Mr. Abbott?
I know. You can leave now if you like.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night. My secretary.
So I imagined. Mr. Abbott.
Yes?
I was about to say that there remained only one detail of that little job we did for you.
Oh, so?
You gave us a deposit. We set the fire. You collect the insurance. Now we want our money. $20,000 was the balance.
Was it?
Oh, now don't get cute.
Well, is there something you think you might do about it if I refuse to pay you the rest of the money? Don't forget, you committed the crime.
You arranged for me to do it.
Yes, I wonder how you'd ever prove that. Good day, Miss Dilling.
Wait a minute.
I said good day.
Just wait one moment, would you, please, Mr. Abbott?
What do you want me to wait for?
You'll find out. Sally,
Yes?
come in here a minute, will you?
Well, I sure enough will. What is it, honey?
Sally,
Yes?
Mr. Abbott doesn't think he has to pay us the money he promised for setting the fire.
Oh, he doesn't.
Convince him, Sally.
Now, look here. Neither of you can threaten me. I could put you both in... That gun.
I don't think he's convinced, Sally. He's talking about putting us in jail.
He is. Well, I declare. Wasn't he the silliest man?
Abbott's office was on the second floor of this building, Vance. It's easier to walk up than wait for the elevator.
It's fine with me, Markham. You've been shot twice, eh? And the cleaning woman found him dead.
That's right. Our homicide department checked with his secretary, but after telling us that there were two women in the office when she left and mentioning some other minor details, she got hysterical.
All I hope is that one of the girls fits the description I gave you, Markham. The one I got from the ripped nylon stocking.
Vance, this is one of the few times you were completely wrong. Of course, it's possible the two women in the office had nothing to do with our gang, or for that matter with the shooting. But neither of them, according to the secretary, looked even remotely like the woman you described.
That's nice and complicating, if not exactly complimentary. One thing more, Markham. Did the secretary know either of the two women in the office?
No, and here's the strange thing. She said they were obviously there by appointment, but she never called them. Yeah, let's go in. Hello, Collins.
Oh, hi, D.A. Hello, Mr. Vance.
Hello, Collins.
Mr. Vance and I want to go into Mr. Abbott's private office.
Well, go right ahead, D.A. The body's been removed, but nothing's been touched. The homicide men left everything the way it was.
Thank you. Why the puzzled expression, Vance?
The women were here by appointment, but the secretary didn't make the appointment.
That means something?
It might. I want to take a look in Abbott's desk. Oh, here it is.
What are you looking for?
A book with telephone numbers in it. Private phone numbers, if there is such a thing. And there certainly should be.
There generally is.
Yes, here we are. It's the book, but it seems to be blank.
Wait a minute. As you were going through those pages, I thought I saw some writing toward the middle of the book. Go back a bit, will you, Vance?
Yes. Hope you're right. Might be a very important thing if you were.
There, Vance. Right there on that page.
Oh, yes.
5 phone numbers. No names or addresses. Just 5 numbers. Well, what do we do now?
Now we do 2 things, Markham. We call every one of those numbers, and we hope one of them will lead us to those 2 women.
Wait a minute. Well, who are you?
Hello, my name is Vance. Philo Vance. May I come
Well,
in?
I don't know.
Thank you.
What do you want?
Some information. May I sit down? Thank you.
You take an awful lot for granted.
Yes, don't I? Your name is Grace Dilling, isn't it? I found your phone number.
You think there's a reward for returning it?
The only reward I expect is satisfaction. I think...
Who was it at the door? Oh, company.
Come in, please. My name is Vance. I'm glad to see you. Very glad. Tall, dark, slender, very well dressed.
Well, what's with this individual, Grace? What does he want?
I don't know, but I'm going to find out fast. Now, look, you forced yourself in here. Force yourself to leave, will you?
Where is that dame? I'll kill her. Grace, is that Dorothy in there with you?
Oh, Sally!
I don't care.
We've got company.
Oh, I don't care who we got. If she's in there, I'm going to give her a talk. Going over, she'll never... Well, forevermore. How are you all, sir?
Well, that was a quick transition, if ever I saw one.
Look, Vance, don't make me get tough.
Oh?
This is my house, You've got no right here. I could throw you out and be perfectly justified. You know that, don't you?
I also know you're big enough to do it.
Oh, I'd hate to think you meant anything personal in that remark. Your hat's right there on the table, Vance. Goodbye. Sorry your visit was so short and uneventful.
Don't be silly, Miss Dilling. I got everything I came here for.
How are you making out with that window, Vance?
Handle it, I think. The trick is to do it without making too much noise. All three of the women are downstairs.
I know. We saw them through the window. I got down here as soon as I could after you phoned me.
There we are. Oh, this window would squeak, wouldn't it?
I don't think anybody heard it. Go on into the room, Vance. This ladder is shaky.
I'm practically in. There. Come on in, Markham. I'll give you a hand. There we are.
Made it. Here's the flashlight, Vance.
Throw the beam at the dresser drawer. That's it, Markham. Now, if we're in the right room, the room of the girl called Doris, this case is almost over.
This is her room, all right. Here are a couple of letters to Doris Taylor, this address. There's a single bed in the room, so she stays here alone.
I'm proud of you, Markham. Now look for some stockings.
Stockings?
Yes, they won't be in this drawer. Oh, what's in this box?
It looks like the stocking box my wife has at home.
That's what it is. I told you the girl had a well-disciplined mind. Stocking box proves it. 6 pair of stockings, Markham. None of them new, and all of them rolled up.
This roll looks larger to me than the others.
That's what I was hoping to find. Unroll it, Markham, and you'll find 3 stockings, not 2.
Well,
that doesn't prove these girls are the ones we're looking for, but it's enough to set the stage for a little scene I think you'll enjoy.
Doris, you no good double-crossing Jane. This is the time you get it.
Get out of my room, Sally.
I'll get out, but you'll stay in here permanently. Look at this note. Look at it.
What's that in your other hand?
It's a knife, sweetheart, and it's going to be all yours in a minute. What? So you were going to tip the cops off to me, were you? You were going to tell them I killed Abbott.
What are you talking about?
Stop playing innocent. A kid brought this note back, said somebody in his house gave it to him to take to headquarters. He described
You're
you.
crazy.
Kid said he lost the car fare you gave him and came back for more. I saw the note was addressed to the cops, so I opened it and read it.
I never wrote any letter. This is a trick.
That's your story. Grace isn't here to protect you now. This is the last stop for you, kid. You get off right here.
You get away from me. Don't come near me with that knife.
You'd rattle the whole setup, would you? Tell them all about you and me and Grace and the jobs we pulled. Then try and cop a plea so they go easy on you.
I didn't, I tell you.
Sure, that's what you say.
Okay. I'll play your way.
Go ahead. Break up the house. Keep throwing lamps. I'll remember to jump. You can't walk back much further, Doris. This is something I've wanted to do for a long... Oh, my hair! You let go of my hair!
Kill me, would you? I'll show you who kill. No, you won't, you little...
Let's stop these
Stop
two ladies
it,
before
I'll
they
get
one another. All right, break it up.
Come on.
Come on. Well, let's go. Markham, huh? All right, you hold it. Stop it. Well, Markham, here are 2/3 of the gang. When Grace comes back, we'll pick her up, and then I'll tell you how a stocking gave this young lady away. Or, in other words, how the hose turned on her. With Markham, when Doris left Mrs. Williams' house, she took with her 1 stocking. You want to know why?
I certainly do. That's the general idea of this, isn't it? After all, the case is over. I have my confession. Grace and her gang not only killed Abbott, but were responsible for all those society robberies. Now, tell me about this Doris.
You remember I said she had a well-disciplined mind.
Yes.
She was in a hurry at Mrs. Williams' house, but she remembered to take the 1 good stocking with her. Why?
That's where I came in on that. Why, remember?
Because she had another pair, the same shade and quality at her house. Most women buy 2 pairs of stockings of the same shade and quality, so that if anything happens to 1 stocking, they have a pair and a replacement for that pair. Follow?
Yes, I do now. Doris thought of that even when she was in a hurry to leave the Williams house with Mrs. Williams' fur coat.
Right. Now we get on a little further. We found 5 numbers in Abbott's book. You called all 5, found a legitimate connection between Abbott and 4 of the numbers. So I went to call on the name and address of the 5th.
I know you did, but what happened there that let you set the trap?
I found there was a big feud going on between Doris and Sally. I knew Doris wasn't at Abbott's office. The secretary didn't describe her, remember? So I thought of the note idea, hired a neighborhood boy, and told him what story to tell Sally when he brought the note back to the house.
Who wrote that note?
My secretary, Ellen. Got a big kick out of it, too. Well, I guess there's nothing more to tell you, Markham, except that finding that 3rd nylon in Doris' stocking box after you and I climbed in the window confirmed my theories. And we were there later when Sally brought in Ellen's note.
That's right. You actually broke the case after we got to the top of the ladder.
Yes, after we got to the top of the ladder, we came to the end of the Nylon murder case.
Detectives. A man who worships money, a face immortalized in stained glass, and a $10,000 theft. Those are the exhibits on this page of my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. I, Jerry Browning, call myself a private detective. Some people call me a hunter. And maybe I am. I hunt humans. I do it for money. But that's not my only reason. J. Wilcox Barron was president of a wholesale grocery company, but his offices looked like the trial sketch for a cathedral.
Mr. Browning, Mr. Barron will see you now. Please don't take more than 7 minutes. Mr. Barron, this is Mr. Browning. Your appointment at 10:06.
J. Wilcox Barron sat behind an enormous desk made of what looked like blonde mahogany alternated with strips of platinum. Behind him there was a huge stained glass window. I blinked as I realized that the heroic face in the window was the same face behind the desk. J. Wilcox Barron had immortalized himself in stained glass. The face in the picture was serene and benevolent. But the face behind the desk was pinched, lean, and sullen.
Browning, I want you to locate a man. Calls himself Donald Everhart. Age 27, 5'10", light brown hair, blue eyes.
I made a few notes. Why do you want him, Mr. Barron? The old man frowned.
Embezzlement. Get details from my secretary, Mr. Granger. Want it handled privately, no police.
How badly do you want him, Mr. Barron?
I want him so badly, I don't care if you have to follow him to the end of the earth.
A wealthy wholesale grocer hired me to find an employee who'd embezzled company funds. After my interview with Mr. Barron, I had a talk with his secretary.
The young man in question worked in our export department and misused funds in excess of $10,000.
$10,000? The way old Barron talked, I thought it was closer to $100,000. The secretary shrugged.
Mr. Barron places a very high regard upon money. He wishes, shall we say, to make an example of this young man.
I didn't like the air of the place or the smell of the case. Still, if a private detective starts getting too fussy, you'll wind up starving to death. Don't? Okay, I'll try to find Eberhard. Better give me $500 advance against expenses. I started out with $500 in my pocket, so not before I'd had another interview with old Barron, because nobody else was authorized to spend that much money. I headed for Donald Eberhard's last known address. For an export clerk, Donald Eberhard had certainly lived well. His apartment was in one of the best buildings overlooking the river. He wasn't there anymore, of course, but the doorman said, I recall Mr. Eberhard mentioning some friends in Lanston. Perhaps he's visiting there. Yeah, perhaps he is. Lanston is an art colony not too far from town. I didn't find Eberhard there either, but I picked up a good lead that pointed at Daytona Beach, Florida. That seemed like a long way off, so I checked with my client, Mr. Barron.
I told you to follow him to the end of the earth if necessary. Find him and bring him back at whatever cost.
Eberhard wasn't at Daytona Beach, but he'd been there less than a week ago. The trail was getting hot and led to Key West, Bermuda, and finally to Cuba. I caught up with my man at a little back street bar. He was a shallow, reedy youth with a face that looked vaguely familiar. At the moment, he was sitting at a little corner table, his head back against the wall, his eyes closed, mouth open. I eased myself into a chair. Eberhard? I'm Jerry Browning. You've come a mighty long way on 10 grand, but now it's time to go back. The youth opened his eyes and focused on me with difficulty.
Never go back. Have to kill me first.
Without an instant's warning, his hand closed over a heavy beer mug and... You don't expect drunks to get that violent, that fast. When I came to, it was to find myself in a dispensary with a doctor taking stitches in my cheek and a polite but firm police officer waiting for my statement. The name of your assailant, if you please. I don't remember. If you do not name him, you are subject to arrest. Okay. His name is Donald Eberhard. Very good. And why do you follow him? Please. We know you are a private detective. Answer fully. I was on the kind of spot where you answer fully as requested, or else. The cop didn't let up until he'd pumped me dry. Then, we will find this man for you, Senor Browning. As soon as I was patched up and released, I phoned Barron. The Cuban police are after your man. Well, I couldn't help myself. He tried to kill me. The thing's out of my hands. What are your instructions? I listened to instructions that I could hardly believe. To locate Eberhard myself, if possible, spirit him out of the country. Mr. Barron, you don't realize what you're asking. This is a foreign country. If you want the Cuban police called off, give me a good reason. Otherwise, I'm helpless. Mr. Barron! Mr. Barron! Yeah, he hung up on me. Well, I did what I could at police headquarters. You do not wish this man arrested? ¿Por qué? Look, I don't know why, though I've got a hunch. All I know is I don't want him hurt. I see. Unfortunately, your request comes late. He has been apprehended. You mean he's dead? No, senor. But resisting arrest. Wounded. I am sorry. He cannot be released. An arresting officer badly hurt. I reported again to Barron. 24 hours later... In the prison anteroom, I had my last interview with J. Wilcox Barron. I found your man, Mr. Barron. I'm finished with the case. Now let me give you some advice, free. You've made a god out of money. You thought it could get you everything, including the love of your son. And when he rebelled against you, tried to escape, he struck at you in the only way that you could be hurt, through your money. Okay? So now he's paying for it, and so are you. What can I do? Nothing now. You'll have to let the thing you started run its course. After your boy is released, well, the two of you will have to work it out together. as best you can. Donald Eberhard Barron was sentenced to 18 months for resisting arrest. A couple of years after that, I read an item about Barron having sold out his business and starting an export company in partnership with his son. Though I guess they did work it out the hard way. Like I said, I'm in a relentless business. I work for money. But my larger goal is justice. And any time money starts getting too important, I think of an old man in the anteroom of a Cuban jail, and I lower my fee. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, private detective.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison or the grave. There's no other end. But they never learn. This time it was going to be a vacation in the wide open spaces. But a black stallion, a tiny emerald, and a battered horseshoe meant a 24-hour delay. It could have been worse, because to the dude from Manhattan, they meant death.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of mystery, comes his most famous character and crime's most deadly enemy, as we present The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Dude from Manhattan.
Every so often, life in the city seems to boil down to nothing but noise and concrete, where all a deep breath does for you is to pack more exhaust fumes into your lungs. And the nearest thing to nature is a mangy sparrow pecking survival out of a dirty alley. So when I got a long-distance call from an old friend inviting me to spend a week in the great outdoors at a ranch he just bought near Rattlesnake Mountain, I snapped at the chance. Inside an hour, I was rolling down the highway toward San Bernardino. And 120 miles later, at 5 o'clock, I turned in under a big arch of gnarled cedar that spelled out Rainbow Ranch. But the layout beyond was about as primitive as a dry martini. A ranch house the size of Union Station was backed up by blue-tile swimming pool, paved tennis court, and a semicircle of bungalows with all the rustic charm of a Hollywood motel. I drove on in slowly as a broad-brimmed hat, red gabardine shirt, hickok belt, and hand-tooled boots bounced out the door and ran toward me. It was my host, the ex-hotel man, Harold R. Lawson.
Oh, rascal. How are you, boy? I am sure glad you could make it. File out, and I'll show you around.
Hey, what is all this, Harold? From your phone call, I expected a shack with oil lamps, a wood stove, and at least a few head of cattle.
Oh, you mean I didn't tell you? Why, this is a guest ranch, Phil. Guest ranch. The best in the West.
Oh, brother.
Oh, and incidentally, don't call me Harold.
No, huh?
Bad atmosphere for the dudes. The name's Buck now. Buck Lawson.
Buck? oh, no.
Oh, I got a real spread here, Phil. Real spread. 14 big cabins, string of 30 horses, stables down there.
Yeah.
Well, hello, Buck. Beautiful day, isn't it? Howdy, folks. Sure is. Mr. and Mrs. Doberman. He's a big van and storage man in L.A.
Oh.
As I was saying, hold on.
Who's coming? Red Ryder?
Not funny, Phil. Not funny. Look. It's Thunder. Oh, that black devil, he's loose again. That horse will kick the fence down if those fools don't hold him.
Hey, that's some animal. He's a beauty.
Yes, and a renegade. A skittish, temperamental bronco with anybody but Virgil Sawyer.
Yeah? Oh, they got a rope on him now. That'll hold him, huh?
Not for long. Sawyer's the only hand I've got who can get close to that stallion. He's leaving tomorrow. Blast it.
How come?
Well, frankly, that's what I wanted to talk to you about.
Yeah, wait a minute. I came up here for a rest, not a job.
I know. You'll get it, Phil. You'll get it. But since you're here, I figure you could sort of keep your eyes open for me.
Lawson, it's a dirty trick.
No, Phil, please. I'm expecting trouble, and bluntly, I can't afford it. Every cent I've got is tied up in this ranch. A serious scandal could ruin me. And you're just the one who can keep that sort of thing from happening.
Okay. So it's the old hotel business on horseback. How does this Sawyer mean trouble?
Well, there's a couple here from the east, the Mortons. He's a top silk wholesaler from New York and rich.
Oh?
And that kind means everything to me, Phil. But his wife, Judy, an ex-dance instructor with Arthur Murray back east, she's bored stiff out here. And the upshot of it all is that somehow...
Somehow she and your cowboy Sawyer started making eyes at each other, and the husband got nasty about it, huh?
How did you know that?
Yeah, well, it's standard, like a B-picture plot.
Well, anyway, they came to blows this morning. Maybe Virgil's innocent, maybe not, but I can't take a chance, so I fired him. Ordered him to pack and get off the place by tomorrow.
Well, that's that. What are you worried about?
Plenty. So as a proud man, Marlowe, he was furious. He threatened to get even. I'm not sure he means it, but if he does, well, that's what we have to look out for.
We, huh? Now, look, Buck, you built me into coming up here, and I got a good notion to turn around.
Wait. Hold it, Phil.
What's the matter?
You see that couple going into cabin number 8?
Yeah?
That's the couple I'm talking about. The Mortons, Paul and Judy.
Cabin 8, huh? But don't tell me. Just let me guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right, Phil. You've got number 7. Okay.
Yeah, sure. Number 7 it is. I'll be seeing you, Buck. I walked up to number 7 and waited for the boy to show up with my bag. Then I started to unpack, but stopped when I heard a riot next door.
I'm through.
At that point, sprawling Rainbow Ranch was just a horizontal tenement. Nothing more.
Well, let me point out a few. Now what are you doing?
Shutting the window. Isn't it bad enough to make a fool of yourself in private? You have to make a public scene as well?
Voices rattled on for a few minutes, then dwindled off into a long and golden silence that said maybe a peace treaty had been signed. But then a door slammed to number 8, so I peeked out. It was Morton. And from the look on his face, I knew the peace treaty was nothing but an armed truce. I followed him to the big lodge and into the bar, and when he sat down, I took the stool next to him.
Well, what'll it be, gentlemen? Scotch and water, no ice.
The same, with ice. Well, Mr. Morton, I guess that brands us as dudes, huh? Bourbon's the only drink out west.
I wouldn't know, I'm sure.
Oh, it's a fact. Hey, that's a handsome ring you got there. And the initials are the same as mine. Those stones are emeralds, aren't they?
That's right.
Yeah. There's supposed to be 4 of them. One's missing, I see. Is that an emerald, too?
It was. Happens to be my birthstone.
Oh.
Here you are, gentlemen.
Oh, fine. Allow me, Mr. Morton. There you are.
Oh, thank you, sir.
How'd you lose it? Stone, I mean.
I don't know. It happened several months ago, and in any case, it's no concern of yours. Now, if you don't mind, I'd just as soon be left alone.
Oh, well, that's too bad. Here I was hoping I'd find out all about the silk business.
The silk? What do you mean by that?
Oh, just conversation. You are in that business, aren't you?
Of course, but... Hey, who are you, anyway?
Name's Marlowe.
And just why are you prying into my personal affairs, Mr. Marlowe?
Because I got a little free advice for you. Cool off before you start the kind of fire you can't put out, huh?
So that's it. That cowboy saw it.
Mm-hmm.
Marlowe, now you're getting too personal. I suggest that you mind your own business. Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to lose my temper that way. Good night.
Yeah, it's bound to be.
Charming, isn't he?
Well, Mrs. Morton, where'd you come from?
I was standing over there watching. My husband has all the social grace of a tarantula.
Well, maybe you should have looked closer before you made the leap.
Oh, that's the wonderful thing about him.
Yeah?
You're not apt to like Paul much when you first meet him. But once you get to know him, you hate him.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's funny.
It's not supposed to be. I've been living with him for 6 months now. He's so jealous, it's unbelievable. He wouldn't leave me in New York, oh, no. Insisted on dragging me out to this dust bowl with running water. Why a ranch, I'll never understand. He doesn't know one end of a horse from another.
Well, with his aptitude, he'll learn. You know, it might be he figured you two might get back together if you had a chance to relax in the open, Mrs. Morton.
Mm-hmm. So he said. However, we weren't here 10 minutes before he accused me of getting romantic with that leather-faced cowboy. Does that make sense?
I don't know. Both gentlemen are justified. You're lovely to look at.
Somebody ought to remind my husband. His idea of welding a marriage is to spend all his time playing gin with that Doberman.
Who?
Doberman, the van and storage character from Los Angeles.
Oh.
Which, of course, leaves me saddled with his wife, Carrie. Now, there's a cute personality for you if you happen to like neurotic parrots.
So, what with the desert, the dame, and gin rummy, Virgil began to look pretty good. Is that it?
Excuse me, folks. Care to order another drink before dinner?
Yes, I would. And I'd like it over there, alone. Make it Manhattan, bartender. Strictly Manhattan. And make it double. Mr. Marlowe, good night.
No, I'm not so sure. It was almost dark when I left the bar and headed down to the bunkhouse where the working personnel of Rainbow Ranch called home. The casual clutter of rumpled cots, scattered pulp fiction, and dusty boots gave it the only sign of authenticity I'd seen in the entire place. But aside from that, it was empty. Then a noise from outside brought me around the building to the back, where I ran up against 6.5 lean feet of solitary cowboy. with his hat shoved back on his head, pitching horseshoes. He was out of uniform for a flashy dude wrangler, which left him in a faded blue shirt and Levi's that fitted his lanky legs like a pair of bent stovepipes. He spotted me and stood there swinging a battered horseshoe in each hand while I walked up to him.
Hello?
Hiya, Sawyer. Little dark for horseshoes, isn't it?
Little.
Hey, you're good. Good at horses, too, huh? I understand you're the only man who can handle that black stallion, Thunder.
Yeah?
What's the secret?
No secret. Just have to treat him right. What's on your mind, mister?
The fact that you're leaving tomorrow.
I reckon you better keep out of my business.
Now, look, Sawyer, it takes at least two to make a fight. And fights are poison to Buck Lawson.
So?
I don't like to see my friends poisoned. Now, why don't you take it easy, huh? Lay off. Keep your nose clean.
I don't know who you are, mister, but I'll tell you this anyway, seeing as you're so interested. I'm leaving here tomorrow, all right. But I'm going to square up with a couple of folks first before I go. I got a raw deal here, and I'm just not the kind to take it laying down.
What do you mean, raw deal? You're a big boy now. You ought to know better than to get yourself all involved.
I'm not much for conversation, fella, but I'm going to say something real plain so you'll be sure to sally. Oh!
By the time I got myself untangled and back on my feet, the strong, silent fugitive from the old Chisholm Trail was gone. However, my original theory that it takes two to make a fight was still valid. So I decided to find Paul Morton and spend the rest of the evening close to him. His cabin was dark, but I remembered the running gin game he had with the big van and storage man. So I went down the line to the Doberman cabin and knocked. It was Carrie, the perennial dude, who galloped up to open the door.
Howdy, stranger. Come on in and set a spell. Our latch is always stringing out.
Well, I sure do thank you, ma'am. My name's Marlowe.
Orville, this is Mr. Marlowe.
Howdy, Marlowe.
Howdy.
Hope you'll excuse the looks of the place. Our box of extra clothes just arrived from town. Carrie's been unpacking it.
Sit down there, Mr. Marlowe. They're mostly old things. Just throw them on the floor.
Oh, thanks. But really, I can't stay. I'm looking for Paul Morton. I thought I might find him here.
Morton? Say, there's a nice chap. Met him day before yesterday for the first time and won $90 off him in gin already. Haven't seen him tonight, though.
Orville was out looking for him himself just a few minutes ago. Weren't you, dear?
Why, yes, as a matter of fact, I was.
You didn't locate him, huh?
No, I didn't. You know, he seemed to be all upset this afternoon. Couldn't keep his mind on the game. I thought I'd have a little chat with him to calm him down some.
Orville's a whiz at that, Mr. Marlowe.
Oh, it's not me, Carrie. It's this country. I don't see how a man can keep trouble in his mind on a place like this ranch, Marlowe.
It can happen, believe me.
Poppycock, why, son, there's something about this open land round here that cleans out a man's head and his heart, too.
You sound like a travelogue.
I mean it. A few more days of this and Morton will forget there ever was such a thing as a cash register. Yes, sir. Give this untamed countryside a chance, and it'll cure anything.
Yes, well...
Marlowe, come here, quick.
What was that?
Wasn't the call of the wild, Mr. Doberman. Lawson, what's the matter?
Bill, come on, down to the stable, hurry. Something terrible's happened.
How'd you find out about it, Lawson?
One of the boys told me. Heard Thunder raising a terrible fuss. Come over to check, but by then it was all over.
Give me the lantern, Harold, will you?
Here you are.
Holy smoke. It's Paul Morton, all right. He's been trampled to death.
It's a ghastly accident. And it's all my fault, Phil. I knew Thunder was dangerous, and I didn't get rid of him.
All right, take it easy. There's a lot of questions to be answered before anybody takes the blame. Hey, wait a minute. Look at this. Here by the gate.
Oh, it's just a horseshoe. Stables are full of them, Phil.
Yeah, not like this one. Look at it. It's all battered up.
Well, all right, it's battered. What's that supposed to mean?
Nothing yet. But it gives me an idea. Because the last time I saw one of these, it was being pitched at an iron stake behind the bunkhouse.
What are you getting at?
Well, the chances are at least 50-50 that Paul Morton's death was no accident. It was murder.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, perfect musical settings for a Sunday before the 4th will be yours tomorrow afternoon. The Symphonette, a half hour of fine orchestral music, and the Choral Airs, a half hour of brilliant vocal music, are regular Sunday afternoon features on most of these same CBS network stations. And now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Dude from Manhattan.
Paul Morton's death, something worse than an accident, Lawson's mouth fell open and the muscles in his face jerked as his eyes moved slowly from me out to the now quiet black stallion in the corral, who somehow or other seemed to sense the death at our feet. Then, as the trembling man's lips silently formed the word murder, he gestured for me to help him carry Morton's body out of the stable. After that, he looked at the dead man's broken face once more, said he was going to call the sheriff's office, and hurried away. A minute later, Judy Morton stepped into the small circle of light that surrounded what only a short time ago had been her husband. But except for a thin line of perspiration above her lips, she was no different than when I'd seen her last.
I just passed Buck on my way down here. Told me my husband was dead.
Did he tell you anything else, Judy? About how Paul died, I mean?
No. It was a stallion, wasn't it? An accident?
I doubt it.
Why, Marlowe?
For one thing, this horseshoe, too close to the body.
But this is a stable.
And this a horseshoe that's been used exclusively for pitching at a stake in the ground. Here, look at it. And remember, Cowboy Virgil's favorite sport is horseshoes. Besides, what reason would your husband have for coming down here at this hour in the first place? He wasn't too crazy about horses, you know.
No, but he was about me. Let's move a little away from here, Marlowe.
Cigarette?
No, thanks. I'm not coming apart at the seams because it isn't in me. I hated Paul. Hated him with all my heart, Marlowe. I'm down here only because he pleaded with me, begged me to talk to him once more, to listen to reason.
About what?
About the decision I came to less than an hour ago, which was divorce, unconditionally.
I thought you said you came out here to try to patch things up.
I did. But I also said that we weren't doing a very good job of it. Then, tonight, a little after we left you at the bar, Marlowe, I got my hands on the lever I needed to pry myself loose from that jealous maniac. It was the knowledge, Marlowe, that my late husband was crooked.
Silk business?
Yes. While he was drinking his dinner, I went to one of his suitcases for an aspirin.
Found what instead?
At least 3 dozen samples of the best silks made without any importer's or manufacturer's name. And underneath that, $200,000 in cash. I know enough about the silk business to fill in the blanks, Marlowe.
All of which comes under the heading black market, huh?
Yes. I added what I had found to the fact that this Dude ranch he had insisted on was close to Los Angeles. Close enough for him to run off and conduct his purchasing while I thought he was communing with nature or playing gin with that Mr. Doberman. Then I had him.
Mm-hmm. You also had a divorce, no strings attached, right?
Exactly. Blackmail to get rid of your own husband. Pretty, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, at least with this accident or whatever it is, it's no longer necessary.
No, Judy, only 2 things are necessary. One, the location of Virgil Sawyer, and the other, you in your own cabin where I can ask you some questions later.
Why do you want to ask me questions?
Well, I might be making a big mistake, baby. But it might be that Virgil and you are out for the $200,000. You know, honey, that man in the saddle might like money, too. I'll see you. When I started back for the bunkhouse, the only place I knew of that might give me a lead on the strong, silent horseshoe pitcher, I realized that tagging Paul Morton's death and murder was one thing, proving it was going to be quite another. And when I was there and the place was empty without even signs of a hasty departure, I was sure of it. But not by intuition, as was the gentleman standing in the open doorway watching my every move. Orville Doberman, champion of the wide-open spaces, didn't believe that a clean-cut cowboy could be guilty of anything more unrefined than spitting on a pot-bellied stove.
Marlowe, I think you're crazy. Buck told me about your finding that horseshoe next to Morton's body and the conclusion you jumped to from there. You're being very hasty, boy, and that's dangerous, and that's the reason I'm here. I don't believe in necktie parties. A man's got a right to a fair trial.
Hey, hold it. Nobody said anything about lynching your hero. Huh? I want to find Sawyer, so that if I'm right, we can save the state the time and trouble of a manhunt. But since you brought it up, Vigilante, don't scramble for conclusions too quickly yourself. I happen to have a little more to go on than the relative position of a horseshoe.
Not that idle gossip that's going around?
The same. But at the moment, it figures 2 ways. Virgil's unhappy enough with the status quo to liquidate the city slicker. Or Virgil and the squaw light out after a clean start the hard way. Choose one.
Nonsense, Marlowe. In either case, and especially the stupid suggestion that the girl and Virgil Sawyer are in cahoots. That I can't believe.
Well, sentimental reasons I can't either. Besides, Judy Morton found out enough about her husband within the last hour to make murder for freedom's sake very unnecessary. She learned he was a crook, Mr. D, if you can stand the disillusionment.
Oh, now, Marlowe.
Yes, and shady dealings in silk. Judy didn't go into details about it, but I gather she found out enough to make him sit up and take notice. And that brings us right back to Virgil, boots, saddle, and all.
Yeah, it does, sort of.
And we'll argue the fine points later. But right now, Mr. Doberman, if you want to make sure that everybody gets a square deal, get close to Judy's cabin and stay there. Sentry duty, your object.
All right.
And if I'm wrong about the cowboy, you've done nothing worse than waste your time. Goodbye. Spent the next 20 minutes talking to cowhands, guests, miscellaneous hired men, any and everybody who might have been able to say he went that away of Virgil Sawyer. With no success. And to make matters worse, when I'd given that up and was on my way back to the lodge to help Lawson wait for the sheriff, I found myself being paged.
Howdy.
Western style, of course, by no one else but Mrs. Carrie Doverman, the capital D in Dude Ranch.
Howdy.
Howdy, ma'am.
Oh, Mr. Marlowe.
Yeah.
Mr. Marlowe, look at this. Look at what I've found. I've struck it rich, you might say, much like the old rustlers.
The old rustlers, Mrs. Doverman, stole cattle.
Oh?
Yes.
Oh, yes, so they did. I guess I meant those panhandle men. You know, gold is where you find it. Anyhow, look, it's a precious stone. Small, but nevertheless precious.
Mined while digging for worms, no doubt.
Oh, Mr. Marlowe, you're teasing me.
Yes.
You know very well that this is a polished stone. Funny thing, though, is where I found it. Shall I tell you?
Oh, please. Please do, Mrs. Doverman.
Well, I was just unpacking those clothes that Orville had sent us from Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Some slacks and things like that. And, well, when I started to hang a pair up, this fell out of one of the cuffs. And then... Now, I wonder how a little old emerald like this ever got there.
Well, it was probably mice, Mrs. Emerald. Let me see that, quick.
Well, yes, of course. But believe me, Mr. Marlowe, it can't be very valuable, I'm sure.
I'm not.
What are you talking about?
Murder, or a reasonable facsimile thereof, and a girl named Judy Morton if I don't hurry. Goodbye, and bless you, Mrs. Doverman. You talk too much, but now was the right time. As I ran for Judy's cabin, I didn't know any more about the whys and wherefores of Paul Morton's death than I had before I made small talk with Mrs. Doverman. But I did know that unless Lady named Luck and I were on the same team, the Rainbow Ranch was due for a second corpse. When I was close enough to the rough oak door, numbered 8, and Orville Doverman, whom I'd asked to stand guard, was nowhere in sight. The full impact of that responsibility sank into where the wingtips on the butterflies in my stomach was scratching at my hip pocket, until I moved in still closer, and there in the light of a single lamp that was halo enough for me, I saw the girl from Manhattan, nervously lighting one cigarette from the end of another, but more important, very much alive. I didn't bother knocking.
Marlowe, what are you doing here?
What am I doing here? Honey, I'm uncrossing fingers and toes alike. You know, they've been that way since I realized that I opened my mouth too wide, too soon, which put you right smack on what used to be known as the spot.
Oh, well, that's the way it happened.
Yeah, that's the way it... Now, look, Judy, baby, you can't know what I mean yet. It's Doverman, honey, the gin player with all the moving vans. He's the one your husband was buying that black market silk from. I didn't know that until a few minutes ago, which was after I told him where you could be found and that you knew an awful lot.
Oh, which Mr. Marlowe, he thanks you and warns you not to move.
Yo.
See what I mean, Phil?
Yo, sure, I see. You know, it's funny, Doverman, when I was outside and didn't see you around, did see that Judy here was still in good health, I figured that either you had decided to sit tight until you knew exactly how much she did know, or that you already started to run. Yeah, this I didn't count on.
And this, Marlowe, should point out what I said earlier about your jumping to conclusions. It's dangerous.
Handling hot silk is child's play.
It has been for me for 20 years, Marlowe. For your husband, Mrs. Morton, it was much more. That's why I had to come to you like this. That's why I had to know if his stupidity went so far that even you knew of me.
You shouldn't have bothered Mr. Doberman. I didn't.
No, but you see, Marlowe did. That leaves me even.
Correction, Doberman. Paul Morton's dead. You're out in front.
I didn't kill Morton, Marlowe, and neither did Virgil Sawyer. I saw it all, my friend. So I can tell you that the man who killed Paul Morton was Paul Morton himself.
Suicide? Are you out of your mind?
No, not suicide, Mrs. Morton. Merely a plan for murder that backfired. The intended victim was you, his wife.
Oh, no.
Keep talking, Doberman.
Why, Marlowe? I'd rather keep you guessing.
I wouldn't.
Duck, baby!
Oh, my shoulder. Now, the man said keep talking.
I can't. I'm hit.
You'll be again if you don't.
Sawyer, no.
Stay out of this, Marlowe. Come on, Doberman. I'm not going to ask you again. I'm not even going to let you fall until you tell the rest.
Okay. I'll tell you. I overheard Morton ask him, Tom, go to your place first, Sawyer. Pick up one of your horseshoes, and then he went to the stables near the Black Stallion's store. The horseshoe in his hat. Sawyer, my shoulder.
Come on, Doberman. You're not finished yet.
I figured that he was going
to knock his wife out, leave Sawyer's horseshoe where it will be found, then half make it look like an accident that would fool nobody, huh? What went wrong, Doberman? Why didn't it work?
Oh, he approached Thunder from the right side instead of the left. The horse got excited, kicked out, and caught him. The dude. Now, let go, Sawyer.
Sure, Doberman. With pleasure.
It was a slow but steady 2 hours of first aid and questions and answers mixed with a San Bernardino deputy sheriff who couldn't quite get over it before Orville Doberman was on his way to a hospital that featured barred windows. Mrs. Doberman, a complete innocent, was on her way back to Los Angeles. And Buck Lawson, Judy, and I were in the bunkhouse, watching Virgil Sawyer watch a pot full of water boil for coffee, ranch style.
Well, you know, you can't ever tell, Marlowe. This whole thing might have just the right effect.
Oh.
Put the ranch on the map, I mean. After all, it was a genuine 100% cowboy who saved the day for us.
Oh, no, that's not right, Buck. Huh? It was Marlowe here. I only followed him. Coffee's ready, folks.
Oh, that's for me.
Good.
Let's go.
What did make you go up there, Mr. Marlowe?
Oh, little precious stone, Virgil. An emerald that once fell out of Paul Morton's initialed ring.
But, Marlowe, that happened a long time ago, 3-4 months. It was just after Paul had returned to New York from Los Angeles.
Yeah, and negotiations with Doberman. You see, honey, it was Mrs. Doberman, really, who found the missing emerald tonight and a pair of slacks that Orville had sent up here.
Then that was proof that Paul must have been with Doberman in Los Angeles before. Yet they claim to have met for the first time here at the ranch.
Yeah, that's what they claimed. That plus what you told me, Judy, made the man with the moving van's it. And, hey, Virgil, that coffee's hot. But it's good. Well, anyway, since I told Doberman where you were and that you knew your husband had been dealing in black market silks, he took his cue accordingly.
Yes, and fortunately, yours. Well, that makes it 2 people who tried to kill me tonight. My husband and his partner.
Seldom is heard a discouraging word.
Oh, fine.
And the skies are not cloudy all day.
Good night, gentlemen.
Virgil Sawyer made good coffee and lots of it. So another hour went by before we finally broke up, and I was outside smoking a cigarette and strolling toward my cabin in the start of a vacation that already had been postponed too long. But halfway there, I stopped at the sound of raised voices ahead of me. A man and a woman were arguing violently, and a little away from them, on the porch of my cabin, watching the battle of the sexes with consternation while he waited for me, was Buck Lawson, mine host. I turned quickly and hurried back to the bunkhouse where I knew Virgil Sawyer would put me up for the night. Where I knew that early the next morning, I could sneak off, find a quiet, cool stream, and fish. A coyote high in the hills someplace said I had the right idea.
Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character and crime's most deadly enemy, star Gerald Moore, and are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Script is by Mel Donnelly, Robert Mitchell, and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Charlotte Lawrence, Bill Johnstone, Bill Lally, Herb Butterfield, D.J. Thompson, Lou Krugman, and Jack Carrington. The special music is written by Richard O'Runt. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
I went from a mansion in Bel Air to a cheap flat in Southgate, looking for a girl with a secret, who a man in a pork pie hat, a wise-cracking secretary, and a fat corpse didn't want me to find, but who I found anyway, because of the quiet number.
Three highly individual, highly entertaining mystery adventure shows stand high among the top shows on CBS every Sunday. The Green Llama, Call the Police, Sam Spade. Go adventuring with them every Sunday when they come to you over most of these same CBS stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Now, stay tuned for Gangbusters, which follows immediately over most of these same CBS network stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Pepsi-Cola, P-E-P-S-I. That's your smartest cola buy. Pepsi-Cola presents Counterspy.
Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy. Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy.
Harding, Counterspy, calling Washington. United States Counterspies, especially appointed to investigate and combat the enemies in our country, both at home and abroad.
Tonight, the case of the hot car killer. Another Counterspy report to the American people. Brought to you each Tuesday and Thursday by Pepsi-Cola.
Pepsi-Cola, pizza spot, 2 full glasses, that's a lot.
That's right, you heard what they said. 2 full glasses of sparkling Pepsi from one big 12-ounce bottle. You're getting an extra glassful. And what a delicious glassful. The most refreshing, delightful cola that ever tickled your taste. You can't top Pepsi's tangy flavor. And that big, big bottle saves you money, goes twice as far. Pepsi's America's big, big favorite. And America's biggest cola value. So why take less when Pepsi is best? Whenever you reach for refreshment, remember,
why take less when Pepsi's best?
And now, to Counterspy. A bright, brisk fall afternoon. Around the dirt track roar a dozen low-slung racing cars. Sudden death, an added passenger in every one. Axles brush on the straightaways. Tires scream as they skid on turns, then straighten out again. A man wearing the armband of an official of the track runs to the pit of car number 18.
Hey, you! Are you the mechanic of car 18, Driver Joe Stacy?
What's the matter?
This is an official order. Flag him down.
Pull him out. He's like the wind.
I said stop him. Now, he's just coming in the straightway. Here's your flag. Use it.
Okay. Here he comes.
Get out here and hold me in. Stacy, this track will not tolerate dangerous, irresponsible drivers like you. We are hereby forbidding you to finish this race. And we're going to see to it that you're barred from every other track in the country. Now get yourself and your car out of here in a hurry.
Holy smoke, Joe. What are you going to do now?
No problem, Mitch. Back in New York, my future's all taken care of. I got a wonderful, beautiful connection there. Red hair.
Hello?
Hello, honey. Joe Stacy. I'm calling you from Chicago.
Joe, darling, as if I didn't know. You coming to New York?
I gotta, Laura. I've been bounced off the tracks for good.
Oh, Joe.
After I take a good long look at you, I'm gonna need eating money. You got any ideas?
Sure, Joe. I'm a business career woman now.
What?
I'm a secretary. Private secretary to a corporation. The corporation is 5'8", 150 pounds with gray hair and a big fat bank account.
So how do I fit in?
Leave that to me, Joe. I'll get you a job with my corporation. I'm going over to his apartment now. Joe, it's a penthouse with overstuffed chairs, soft as marshmallows, and a view of New York. There's only one real trouble with the job. He keeps playing a certain phonograph record again and again and again.
Laura, you've been staring out of that window for an hour.
The view always fascinates me, Mr. Brewster.
Maybe you'd rather be down there among those lights with some younger man.
Like the one you asked me to hire?
I'm your secretary, Mr. Brewster. Besides, young men bore me. To be with or to work for.
Well, how lucky for me. I should hate losing you as a secretary.
You will, Mr. Brewster, if you don't stop that phonograph sometime.
Very well. I play that music constantly, Laura, because the orchestra was playing it the night you and I first met. Haven't you any such memories? With Joe Stacy, for instance?
I live in the present, not the past. Mr. Brewster, the warning buzzer. Someone's coming up in the elevator.
Suppose you let them up for me just this once, huh?
I don't know how.
On my desk there.
Yes?
The first button is the intercom to the elevator. Press it. That stops the warning buzzer. Now you can talk to whoever's in the elevator while it's held on the floor below. That intercom box on the left.
Yes. Yes? Who is it?
George Lesage. Mr. Brewster's expecting me.
Oh, yes, Lesage. We're bringing you up. Now what, Mr. Brewster?
The button on the right starts the elevator again to bring him here to the top floor.
I see. Why is that junk dealer coming here?
Because he and I have a little surprise for you. Come in, Lesage.
Evening, Mr. Brewster. Hello, Miss Montpere.
Hello.
Yeah, I brought the latest batch of papers for you, Mr. Brewster.
All in good order?
Yep, ownership papers of 6 total wrecks I bought in from my junkyard. 2 Buicks, a Chevy, a Ford, 2 Pontiacs, all from the West.
Well, all plentiful models and relatively easy to steal. Fine.
As soon as the cars come in, I can turn them over to you and your used car salesman. Say in a week, huh?
Mr. Brewster, I think it's dangerous to mix all those stolen cars with your ordinary used cars in your sales room.
Hey, that's the laugh, Miss Montpere. The smartest cover-up that was ever in this racket. Hot cars cooled off. Okay, Mr. Brewster, that cleans me up here. I'm on my way.
Lesage, instead of your going to the ferry now, you go to your garage and wait there. I'll keep that appointment.
Ah, okay.
Laura, the elevator release button, please.
Good night, Miss Montpere.
Good night.
Good night.
Mr. Brewster, you didn't tell me the surprise you and Lesage had for me.
I've decided to take your childhood friend, Joe Stacy, into my organization. Bring in stolen cars from other cities.
Oh. Oh, then he's the one who's coming in on the ferry. And instead of Lesage, you're going to meet him yourself, is that it?
I'm curious about him, Laura. An old friend who so fortunately turned out to be an expert car thief and driver. Now tell me, what's the quickest way for me to get to that ferry?
Well, mister, you got a light?
I think so. Stacy?
Yeah, Lesage.
No. I'm Andrew Brewster.
The boss himself, huh?
You the car?
Second in line.
You were instructed to be first.
A truck cut out in front of me.
I thought you were a former racing driver.
Lay off, Brewster.
Oh, yeah. Laura Montclair said you were touchy about having been ruled off the track.
Well, I am.
You'll find we'll get along if you carry out instructions, Stacy.
And if you don't shoot your mouth off.
When you leave the ferry, drive to the garage at 816 East 28th Street. Pick up Lesage. Proceed to his junkyard in New Jersey.
Okay. What's Lesage look like?
Oh, about your height. With an untidy black mustache.
When do I see you again, Brewster?
This will be our only meeting.
Why this one?
Laura talks so highly of you. I wonder why.
Curious, Brewster? Or jealous?
As you so picturesquely put it, Stacy, lay off. I'm a trifle touchy myself. Goodbye, Stacy.
Hello?
It's Montclair. Lesage talking. Give me Brewster.
He hasn't returned from his ferry trip.
Listen, I went back to my garage like Brewster told me and found my assistant hired a new guy, and I spotted him for a cop.
What?
I cleared out to make this call. The cop is there now, and you gotta head Joe Stacy off. Can you do it?
No, I can't. It's too late. He must be at the garage right now.
You come on out of that car.
You, Lesage?
Yeah. Come on out of that car. Come on.
Where's your mustache, Lesage?
Never mind that. Come out.
Not a chance, copper. This is for you.
David Harding to Harry Peters. Meet me at airport in exactly half an hour. We're flying to New York. Peters, you saw the message about the murder of Detective Jerry Winters.
Yes, Dave, but I didn't know what to make of it.
Read this letter, Peters. Winters' division chief. Teletype it in.
Dear Chief, I'm scribbling this in a hurry in a cheap boarding house since I may not get a chance to write again. I've made a connection that may get me a job in a garage. That's a transfer point for that interstate stolen car racket we're investigating with the Counterspies. I'll know details tonight and will report. Signed, Jerry Winters. When'd you get this, Dave?
This morning, right after the notice from New York of his murder. He must have gotten the job.
Then been covered so closely he couldn't even make the phone call.
Yes. The New York police are covering every angle they can hit. The first thing we'll do is fine-tooth comb that garage.
I've been interviewing all the employees of this garage. They all swear that if there was anything crooked going on here, they didn't know a thing about it.
How about the owner?
His name is George Lesage, but they say they rarely see him, and nobody knows where he might be right now. How are you making out?
Well, I've been working with the examination crew. Take a look at this concrete pillar, Peters.
The concrete gouged out about 2 feet up from the floor. Looks as if a car cracked into it.
Yes, one of the employees I talked to earlier said it must have happened during the night.
And how does that help us?
Well, take a look at it through this pocket magnifier.
Flecks of paint. 2 colors.
Benson of the examination crew says some of the flecks are of brown paint over a year old.
And these other flecks of light blue paint with a top coat, a freshly repainted car.
And that's one of the first steps of an efficient hot car outfit, Peters, to give the stolen cars a quick repaint. Somewhere there's a car with a dented fender, brown paint underneath, blue paint over it. I want to put out a fast bulletin and find that car.
Mr. Brewster, I'm waiting for you and Lesage to tell me how you're going to help Joe Stacy.
Miss Montclair, Stacy's safe in my junkyard over in Jersey.
Besides, Laura, he sounds like a man who helps himself.
I introduced him to you, Mr. Brewster. He killed a detective to protect your racket. You've got to help him.
On his account?
On yours. And mine.
I wonder if I can afford to have a cop killer in my organization.
What are you getting at?
Sage, remember what happened to Whitey? Driving along a mountain road, his car went over the side of the cliff. Accidentally. Laura.
I won't help you, Mr. Brewster.
Laura, my dear, Stacy knows and trusts you. You're going to invite him for a ride with the Sage tomorrow. You brought him into our organization. It's only fitting that you help him leave it.
Take it easy. These mountain roads are tricky.
Quit worrying, LeSage.
But you had a few drinks.
Looks like I can drive with my eyes shut.
Maybe, Joe, but I wouldn't like to be with you when you try it. Why don't we pull over for a while?
Anything you say, baby.
What a wonderful view. Doesn't that train look small from up here? Like a toy.
You know, a guy could go over this cliff easy in a car. That wooden rail wouldn't hold a weak flea.
You're some kidder, Joe.
Put up your hands, LeSage.
What is this?
It means you're going to have the accident that you and Brewster cooked up for me.
Lord, you're double-crossing Brewster, and he's stuck on you.
I'm not stuck on him, LeSage. I take his nonsense now so I can take a lot of his money later. All right, Joe.
Listen, give me a chance. Give me a break.
Give it to him, Joe.
No.
Quick, Joe. Put your identification papers in his pocket.
Okay, baby.
Be sure you get everything that identifies him as George LeSage.
Papers. Wristwatch. Wallet. Picture of a kid.
Never mind that. Pour the whiskey over his clothes.
Smell like a saloon.
Hurry, he's coming too. Start the engine. Can you get the car over the cliff alone? I don't want my fingerprints on it.
What about mine?
The more prints there are of you, the surer the police will be it was you that crashed.
Okay, baby. Now you get out.
Be careful, Joe.
I'll start her into a skid. I'm good at that. Then jump.
Keep that door open.
Right.
Hurry before another car comes along.
Take it easy, baby.
Jump, Joe!
Coming. Here she goes.
In just a moment, we'll return to Counterspy, brought to you by Pepsi-Cola.
Pepsi-Cola hits the spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot. Lots more value, lots more zest. Why take less when Pepsi's best?
More and more, among fellows and girls, among mothers and dads, you hear that sane and sensible question. Why take less when Pepsi's best? No budget, no allowance ever had a better friend than tangy, sparkling Pepsi-Cola. Because one big 12-ounce Pepsi bottle gives you 2 delicious drinks. That's twice as much tangy taste. Twice as much delicious Pepsi to go just twice as far. That's why more and more families say, why take less when Pepsi's best? Yes, families like yours and mine. Families all over America. They're all saying, why take less when Pepsi is best?
Pepsi-Cola hits the spot. Tastes terrific when you're hot. More and better than the rest. Why take less when Pepsi's best?
Today, tomorrow, always. Get America's biggest cola value. Take home a carton of 6 big Pepsi bottles. Insist on Pepsi at the store. And say Pepsi at the fountain. Say Pepsi at the stand. Say Pepsi. Whenever you reach for refreshment, remember,
why take less when Pepsi's best?
Now, back to Counterspy.
Routine report to Statistical Department, Washington. Received from State Police, New Jersey at Counterspy, New York Field Office. Fatal car crash off Highway 6A. Car identified as having been stolen 4 days ago in Baltimore, Maryland. Relay this bulletin to David Harding, now in New York. Joe Stacy. Fingerprints forwarded to Washington.
Still interested in the bright lights down there, Laura?
There's a ghost dancing among them now, Mr. Brewster.
I know it was difficult for you, Laura. But it was Stacy or me. I had no choice.
Neither did I. As you so often said yourself, we're in a tough racket, aren't we?
Dave, Washington reported yet on Joe Stacy?
Yes, but the fingerprints on the body in that smashed car were not those of Joe Stacy.
Who then?
George Lesage.
Lesage? Well, that's the man we were looking for. He owned the garage where Detective Winters was murdered.
That's right, murdered by Joe Stacy.
Stacy, how do you figure?
Well, somebody took a great deal of trouble to make us think Stacy was dead, and that would suit Stacy very well. Besides, look at his record.
Racing driver ruled off the tracks for dangerous and crooked driving. Hold-up charge, suspended sentence, assaulting an officer 30 days. Bad boy.
Yes, but it's hardly probable a hothead like Stacy is the boss of the entire racket, nor that Lesage was. We're looking for the top man, Peters, and Stacy might lead you to him.
Lead me to him?
You're going undercover, Peters, to locate Stacy. Then we can set a trap.
Joe, I'm worried.
Well, what about, baby?
I don't think it's safe for us to meet in such a public place.
I got this tablet in my pocket. Besides, this new mustache is sprouting. And the papers are full of pictures of the wreck. I got killed 2 days ago, remember?
Joe Brewster will be wanting to see Lesage soon, and then there are the other men.
Hey, Bud. Yeah, Marty.
Pete Williams in the back room. He says you expect
Yeah, that's right. Thanks, Marty.
Joe. Who's Pete Williams?
Well, he's the guy I met last night right here. At the bar, he started shooting off his mouth about racing drivers. We got in a little argument. It turns out to be an all right guy. He's in the same racket.
You sure he's all right?
Yeah, he knows a lot of the same people I do out in KC. You're going over to Bruce's apartment, baby. I'll call you later, huh?
Okay. So long, honey.
Hello, Pete. What goes?
I got a tip for a guy.
What guy?
Guy named Joe Stacy.
Joe Stacy's dead. I read it in the papers.
If he isn't already, maybe he's gonna be.
What's the tip?
The finger's getting put on him.
By?
His boss.
For what?
Tip I got says the boss already figured out it wasn't Joe Stacy in that wreck, but a bird named George Lesage. And he figures it was Stacy that did it.
How do you know?
That boss has been trying to contact a couple of triggermen from Chicago.
Why are you telling me?
I hate hot tips to go to waste.
Where can I reach you later? Say in about an hour.
Tell me where you want me to be.
What's the matter with here?
What do you do, phone me?
I'll come back and get you. Keep sober, Pete.
Sure.
Hello, honey, it's Joe. Listen, you were right to be leery of that guy Pete Williams who tried to caper on me.
What caper?
Well, he tells me Brewster caught onto the wreck business. He's out hiring guys to take care of me. What a jerk, huh?
Jerk? How do you figure?
Well, honey, if Brewster caught on already, you'd know about it, wouldn't you? Well, wouldn't you?
I've been thinking, Joe. I've got a scheme for us to get rid of Brewster, get some dough, and take care of your friend Pete. Tonight, all at once.
Stacy.
Good work. Did he reveal who the boss is?
No, but he's pulling me in on his scheme of revenge on the boss. We're going to hold him up. Then Stacy plans to kill him.
Well, I'll be close behind you with one of our mobile squads. We'll break it up in time.
Well, it may not be easy, Dave. The boss lives in a penthouse and has some tricky system to control the elevator. Stacy's girlfriend is going to double-cross the boss and let us in.
Then you'll have to find some way of letting us in. When's the job set for?
11 o'clock tonight.
What time was that, Mr. Brewster?
11. You seem restless, Laura. Bored with your job?
Mr. Brewster, believe me, I was never less bored with it.
Someone's in the elevator. I'm not expecting anyone. I'll find out who it is.
Brewster, stay away from that intercom.
Laura, what's the meaning of that gun?
Push the power button.
Laura...
Push that power button.
As you say.
Sit down by the desk.
Laura, what is the meaning of this?
Shut up!
Hello, Brewster.
In the flesh. I thought you were dead. Laura told
Cut
me.
the act, Brewster. I know about the hood you were trying to get to rub me out.
Rub you out? I tell you, I thought you were dead.
You're lying, Brewster.
Stacy, who is this other man?
Pete Williams. The guy who put the finger on you for putting the finger on me.
Oh, this man is tricking you, I swear.
Listen, Brewster.
Wait. Maybe Brewster's telling the truth. Maybe Pete is. That's what we're going to find out. Meantime, I'm holding the gun. Pete.
Yeah?
In the right-hand drawer of the desk, the combination of the safe.
Okay.
Safe?
Yeah, Brewster, we're taking a little trip. Joe's staying here.
Laura, you can't leave me for this cheap thug.
Quiet. All right, combination.
Take it, Joe. Open the safe.
Where is it?
Behind that picture over there on the wall.
Okay.
Now I can turn that music off for good.
Laura, what's that?
The buzzer. Someone's in the elevator.
Look out, Brewster's going for the button.
Pete, I gotta shoot. Get out of the way.
I'll get him.
Two ladies pushed it. The elevator's coming up.
Laura, how do we get out?
Back exit to the roof. Come on, Pete, you too.
Now, don't be suckers and run. How do you know who it is?
What?
He's right, Joe. We'll play innocent. Whoever it is, we invite him. And we put him to sleep.
Good girl. Put away your gun, Laura.
Yeah. You, Joe, get by the elevator.
Right. Now hold everything.
There's nobody in the elevator.
It's a trick.
Hold everything, all of you. Counterspies, don't move or we shoot.
What?
All right, boys. Cover every door and window. Okay, boys. All right, Peter.
Yes, Mr. Harding. But I wish I'd known you were coming in from the terrace.
Looks like a good haul you made.
This is Joe Stacy, murderer. About ready to have a stroke.
You lousy
Joe, shut up.
And this, I take it, is the girlfriend.
Not yours, copper. Take your hands off me.
Gladly, after I get these handcuffs on you.
Here, out cold behind the desk, Mr. Harding, the big fish. Andrew Brewster. Used car dealer and hot car racketeer.
Peter, he looks so peaceful, I almost hate to wake him up and give him all the bad news he's got coming to him. But on second thought, I think it'll be a real pleasure. Let's get to it, Peter.
When your friends drop in, be generous, but be thrifty, too. Serve plenty of delicious Pepsi-Cola. Pepsi's big 12-ounce bottle gives you not just one sparkling glassful, but two. Get a carton of 6 and serve 12 delicious drinks. Yes, Pepsi is America's biggest cola value. You get twice the tangy taste, twice the refreshment, twice the Pepsi. So why take less when Pepsi is best? Whenever you reach for refreshment, remember,
Pepsi-Cola hits the spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot. Lots more value, lots more zest. Why take less when Pepsi's best?
Tune in every Tuesday and Thursday, same time, same station, to Counterspy. Listen next Tuesday for the exciting Counterspy case of the Postal Pirates.
The little black box that caught the revolver in midair. the one-fingered typist who punctuated sentences with bullets, and the double-crosser who tasted her own medicine and died as a result.
Case of a Postal Pirate on Counterspy. Tonight's Counterspy program originated in New York, was directed by William M. Sweets, and featured Don McLaughlin and Mandel Kramer, with music by Jesse Crawford. Counterspy is a Phillips H. Lord production for Pepsi-Cola. Enjoy some Pepsi ice cold tonight.
It's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Tonight's curious adventure...
The Drums of Death. For Nick Carter and the Mystery of the White Witch Doctor.
And so, gentlemen, you will find enclosed a complete dossier on the criminal in question, plus all the evidence needed for a conviction. Yours very truly, et cetera, et cetera.
Wait a minute, Nick. Not so fast. Yours very truly. Okay, what now?
What else do we have to take care of, Patsy?
The only unfinished business I know of right now is this bunch of letters from that Mrs. Galley.
Oh, yes. What was it this Mrs. Galley wanted me to do?
She's worried about her doctor, Nick, and she wants to consult you.
No, let her consult another doctor if she doesn't like the one she's got now. Throw her letters out, Patsy. Let's go celebrate having our old business all cleaned up.
Well, I would, Nick, except that the letter we got from her today throws a new light on her problem.
Oh, what did she have to say today that was so vital?
She says she's afraid of her doctor.
Afraid of him? Oh, Mrs. Galley, that old, wealthy dowager I met at somebody's tea a few weeks ago, isn't she?
Well, that's who she is, and she...
She's probably a crotchety old hypochondriac whose hobby is doctors.
That isn't it.
And now that she's seen every physician in town, she wants to start in collecting detectives. Does she say why she's afraid of whatever doctor she's going to now?
Yes, she does, Nick. She says he's a witch doctor.
It was very kind of you to come, Mr. Carter. I hoped you would.
I confess I wasn't too eager, Mrs. Galley, until Miss Bowen told me about your last letter.
Well, perhaps it's silly to believe in such things as voodoo and black magic nowadays, but I don't know what to say.
Suppose you tell your story and let me be the judge.
Well, there isn't much to tell, Mr. Carter. I was... Oh, what's that?
Only the wind, Mrs. Galley. It's nothing.
Oh, I'm so unnerved. Well, here's my story. Last week, my nephew, Walter Galley, told me about a wonderful new doctor he discovered, a Dr. Congo. I wasn't feeling well, and the name interested me, so I went to see him. Good morning. Is Dr. Congo in?
Good morning, madam. Yes, the doctor is in.
Can't say I remember a doctor's office in Vanderbilt Square before. You're new here, aren't you?
Have you come to see Dr. Congo, madam?
Naturally. Do I look like an insurance salesman?
Have you an appointment, Mrs.
Galley is the name. Mrs. Galley. My nephew made an appointment for me.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Galley. Will you step this way, please? Dr. Congo's expecting you.
Thank you. Wait a moment. What's that noise?
Drums, madam.
Drums? What drums?
If you'll step inside, Mrs. Galley, you'll find out for yourself
Very well. Drums, indeed. What nonsense is this?
Good morning. Mrs. Galley, I presume. I'm Dr. Congo.
Good morning, Dr. Congo. I want... Golly, what a story.
Go on, Mrs. Galley. Why did you scream?
Because I saw...
Yes, what did you see?
A white savage.
What?
From his neck to his toes, Dr. Congo was an ordinary man. He was wearing striped trousers, formal cutaway jacket, wing collar, ascot tie. He was beautifully dressed. But his face...
Yes?
His face was hideous. Shaven skull, a horrid, grinning mouth, showing his teeth, which had all been filed to a point. And he had a bone through his nose.
Like a cannibal.
Yes. At first I was stunned. And then I thought it might be a joke my nephew Walter was playing on me. I sat down while the drums throbbed. I'm sorry I screamed, Dr. Congo, but you gave me quite a start.
I usually do that to my clients, Mrs. Galley.
What kind of a doctor are you?
A witch doctor.
You're fooling, aren't you?
On the contrary.
But it's unbelievable. We only joke about things like witchcraft nowadays.
I am not joking, Mrs. Galley. I've spent 15 years in the heart of Africa studying voodoo. My face, the drums, the African witchcraft apparatus in this room, all are a necessary part of my profession.
Profession?
Yes. I am a professional witch doctor, and as such can guarantee miracles that modern medicine would never dream of.
Ridiculous. I don't believe you.
Really? Oye, Kahada. Oye, Kahada, oh. Pardon me, Mrs. Galley. I was just ordering my men to begin the voodoo drum incantation. None of my clients believed me at first, Mrs. Galley, but I convinced them. Now, if you'll allow me...
What are you doing with those scissors?
I have merely removed a lock of your hair. Now, in spite of yourself, you are officially one of my patients. And I warn you, my fee is high.
Well, you're wasting your time, sir. I don't want to be a patient of yours, and I won't pay any fees. I'm leaving. Good day, sir.
One moment, Mrs. Galley.
Dr. Congo, let go of my arm.
You don't understand me, Mrs. Galley, and I'm afraid you don't understand voodoo. This lock of your hair places your health in my hands. Your life or death are mine to do with as I desire. And my fee for this visit is $10,000.
Preposterous! Get out of my way!
$10,000, Mrs. Galley. Now listen closely. 3 times you will hear my Congo drums roll, no matter where you are. If you have not paid when you hear them for the 3rd time, you will die. Good morning, Mrs. Galley.
Then, Mr. Carter, I ran out of that office. I'm 65 and not as strong as I was, but I was frightened. I realized he was threatening to kill me with voodoo. And we don't believe in that nowadays, do we?
Not as a rule.
3 drum rolls, he told me. And if I don't pay by the 3rd one, I die. Stuff and nonsense, I said. And then, that very night, when I was alone in this room, I heard the distant roll of Congo drums. God.
Now, Mrs. Galley, you must calm yourself. I'm sure it's only your nerves. We don't believe in witchcraft today.
You've got to believe me, Mr. Carter. I've already heard Dr. Congo's drums beat once.
Perhaps you only think you did, Mrs. Galley. This Dr. Congo is playing on your nerves. Hysteria can make us think we hear anything.
Oh, no. I'm sure I heard them. Wait. That is you heard
Nick, that wasn't Mrs. Galley's imagination. I heard it, too.
And so did I, Patsy.
That's the 2nd time. It is not just my nerves. You must save me from Dr. Congo, Mr. Carter. If you can't, I'm lost. His voodoo will kill me. Help me. Help me.
Mrs. Galley, you mustn't let this get you.
I never believed in witchcraft before, but I do now. What a joke on me.
Mrs. Galley, please. Please, I beg you.
Mrs. Galley.
What a joke on me, voodoo. Witchcraft.
Slap her face, Patsy. Quick. Snap her out of it.
Okay,
Mrs. Galley, listen to me. I'll take over this case, so don't worry. Now, where can I find your nephew?
Walter. He's usually in the Bubble Bar Cafe at this hour. Oh, Mr. Carter, if that Dr. Congo gets me, Nick, she's fainted.
Call her maid and tell her to put her to bed. We've got to get out of here. You go back to the office. I'm going to look for Mrs. Galley's nephew.
But, Nick, what about Dr. Congo? Isn't he the one you want to see?
No. I have a hunch this case hinges on Walter Galley.
This Bubble Bar Cafe is a pretty tough-looking dive for a place with such a fancy name. Nobody here but the bartender and that piano player. Well, it must be too early in the evening. Good evening. Hiya, pal. What'll it be? Information. Huh? I'm looking for someone. Who? Walter Galley.
Oh, him. Walter ain't come in yet. Hang around. He's due any minute.
You live around here?
Yeah, across the street. River Apartment.
I see.
He owes you money, too, huh?
How's that?
Don't play dumb, pal. Galley's clipped us all. Somebody's always coming around looking for him. Pal, I'd give plenty to get back what he owes me. He's no good.
How's chances of collecting?
0, pal. 0. Galley claims he's got a rich old aunt who's going to leave him plenty when she kicks off, but I don't...
For the love of... What is it? What's the matter, man?
Turn around and look.
Oh.
Good evening, Mr. Carter.
Ah, Dr. Congo, I presume?
Quite right. What's that thing he's got for a face?
Don't you find it inconvenient walking around wearing a bone through your nose, Dr. Congo?
No, Mr. Carter, I don't. It's my business.
And what's your business with me?
You see this African spear I'm carrying?
Yes?
I'm going to present it to you.
And why?
Merely as a warning, my impulsive friend.
A warning?
Yes, a warning. Keep away from Walter Galley and his aunt. Or the next time my drums roll, they'll beat for your death.
My dear witch doctor.
And just to punctuate my warning, here's the present I promise you. Take it! Look out!
He just missed you with that spear, mister.
Keep it for a souvenir, bartender. I'm going after that man. Hey, Dr. Congo. Dr. Congo. Look down that side street. If Congo thinks he can scare me off with that voodoo nonsense. Congo! Congo! He's cutting across the street. Well, let's see if he can outrun me. Hey, look out! Watch where you're running! Look out!
Nick, are you all right?
Oh.
Nick.
Oh, what happened, huh? Oh, yes, I remember it now. Oh, is that you, Patsy?
It's me, all right.
Oh, that was close.
What happened? I got here just as that car almost ran you down.
Well, whoever it was, he tried his best to get rid of me.
But why?
Probably because I was chasing Dr. Congo.
Dr. Congo?
Yes. He paid me a visit when I was looking for Walter Galley.
At the Bubble Bar Cafe?
Yes. Congo threw an African spear at me. I chased him out into the street.
Good heck.
Probably had an accomplice waiting with a car for just such an emergency.
Well, Nick, they might have killed you.
Well, they certainly tried hard enough. Must have jumped a mile trying to dodge that car.
Nick, listen. I came down here looking for you.
What's happened?
Mrs. Galley's maid phoned the office just as I got there. She was hysterical. She could hardly talk.
What happened, Patsy?
Mrs. Galley has vanished.
I'm so glad you came. Mrs. Galley has disappeared.
How do you mean, Mrs. Galley's disappeared?
She was spirited away, monsieur, by witchcraft. It's horrible. She simply vanished.
When did you see Mrs. Galley last?
After you leave, I put her to bed. She has the hysteria, you remember?
Yes, I remember.
She does not rest. She cannot sleep. She screams and laughs, so I tell her I will get her the off-me.
And?
I'm in the kitchen. When I hear her scream upstairs, and then of a sudden, she does not scream. She is, how you say, cut off. I enter the bedroom and...
And what?
You must look for yourself, monsieur. I do not go into this room again.
All right. Where is it?
I know. Come on.
Okay.
Oh, Nick, do you really think Dr. Congo made Mrs. Galley vanish?
I don't know what to think yet.
But those voodoo drums.
We heard them when we were here before.
Yes, we heard them. Is this the bedroom?
Yes.
The room looks all right. Nothing upset. No sign of a struggle.
Nick.
What?
Look, on the bed.
The bed? Oh.
What is it, Nick?
Looks like dust. Dust forming the outline of a human figure.
Oh.
If there's any truth in voodoo, Patsy, that's what's left of Mrs. Galley.
Oh, Nick, this is awful.
Now, steady, Patsy, steady.
But this must be real witchcraft, Nick. No human agency could do this to Mrs. Galley. The drum. The Congo drum. Oh, let's get out of here. If I hear those drums again, I'll scream. They're horrible.
You better get ready to hear plenty more, Patsy. Right now, we're going to pay a visit to Dr. Congo. This is Vanderbilt Square, Patsy. Look for Dr. Congo's sign.
Do we have to come here, Nick?
We do, Patsy. I want to have a look at Dr. Congo's office. Nice old residential section.
It's awfully dark.
Yeah. No lights in the houses anywhere.
Nick, there it is.
The doctor's sign?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes. Congo, W.D. Oh, probably stands for witch doctor. All right, Patsy, come on.
Oh, Nick, I'm scared.
Oh, certainly you don't believe in voodoo, Patsy.
Oh, I never did before, but Dr. Congo seems to have changed my mind, maybe.
Would you rather wait in the car?
What? Desert you? I may be scared, but I'm no coward.
Ah, that's the girl, Patsy. Chin up.
Oh, I'm trying, but it makes my teeth chatter too loud.
Well, here we are. A nice side window.
Going to have a peek inside?
No, going to break in.
What's that?
Just a gadget, Patsy, for unlocking locked windows.
Oh.
Now we turn the catch, and there we are. I'll go first, Patsy.
Okay.
All right. Let me give you a hand, Patsy. All right. Up, Patsy. And here we are, in the den of the witch doctor.
What are you looking for?
Any clues that'll help us. Rather do it by daylight, but this flashlight will have to serve.
Hurry up, Nick. I want to get out of here.
Sorry to interrupt. Mr. Carter again, I believe.
Just paying a friendly call, Dr. Congo.
Interested in Mrs. Galley's unfortunate disappearance, eh?
You know about that, huh?
Naturally. My voodoo did it. Mrs. Galley was too stubborn to pay the fee she owed me. I would advise you to raise your hands, Mr. Carter. You see, the young lady understands. My native archer is eager to shoot. He'll not miss next time.
What do you want, Congo?
I thought it was obvious. Money. And I'm going to get it in spite of you. Because unfortunately, you're helpless, Carter. You cannot fight my voodoo, and no law court will convict me of murder by witchcraft. The police will laugh at your evidence.
At my evidence? I wonder.
You can wonder on your way home, Mr. Carter. This way out. And let me warn you never to return, or you'll not go out alive.
Come on, Nick.
One last word. I've already spoken to Walter Galley on the phone. He refuses to pay the money his aunt owed me.
Walter has no money.
Ah, but he can raise plenty at a moment's notice on the inheritance he'll receive, now that his aunt is dead.
That's true, if his aunt is dead.
You had better use your influence on him, if you have any, and persuade him to pay before it's too late.
Another threat, Dr. Congo?
Listen, Mr. Carter. I do not make empty threats. You've already seen the power of my voodoo in the case of Mrs. Galley. And I'm not joking now. My black magic is already cutting away Walter Galley's life. Unless he agrees to pay what I ask, in a very short time, he too will rot to dust. Good night, Mr. Carter.
Nick, I can't believe it. He let us go alive.
Yes, Patsy. This time, Congo overplayed his hand, and I believe a visit to Walter Galley's apartment will prove it. Mr. Galley! Mr. Galley! Mr. Galley!
No one home.
Then we'll just go in and wait. This looks like an easy lock to open.
I'm almost afraid to go in, Nick.
Too late, Patsy. We're in already. Come on.
Radio's playing. All the lights are on. must have just stepped out for a moment.
Yes, looks that way.
What do you think? About Dr. Congo's threat, I mean.
Let's look around.
Well, wait a minute. I want to turn off that radio. There, that's better.
Wonder where Galley is.
Maybe he went to pay that money to Dr. Congo.
Perhaps, but I doubt it.
Nick, look.
What is it, Betsy?
Look at that couch beside the radio. It's covered with...
Dust. Yes, I see.
It's shaped like a human figure.
Exactly like the dust on Mrs. Galley's bed.
Then Congo's killed Walter Galley, too.
The evidence seems to point that way.
But how can Congo do this, Nick?
By voodoo. So Congo says. Beat a few drums, melt a wax figure, and your victim rots to dust. And there's the dust on the couch.
Then you believe it, too.
I didn't say that, Betsy. Listen.
The drum again. Oh, Nick, let's drop this case. We can't fight the supernatural. We don't understand it. It's like trying to stop the wind.
Trying to stop the wind? Of course, Patsy. That's the one last explanation I was looking for. Should have thought of that myself.
What?
I mean, this case is solved. Give me a moment to write a note here at Galley's desk.
A note? To whom?
Why, to Dr. Congo. My dear Dr. Congo, you are right. I have no case for the police. I have just discovered that both your victims committed suicide. Signed, Nick Carter.
That's a peculiar note. What does it mean?
Dr. Congo will understand it.
But, Nick, it couldn't be suicide. But Mrs. Galley and Walter vanished. No bodies were found.
Dr. Congo will understand what it means, Patsy.
Oh, Nick, you're just deliberately mystifying me.
No, Patsy, you'll understand, too, later. But right now, I want you to deliver this note to Mrs. Galley's maid.
Her maid? Who did
No
she...
questions now. Deliver it and hurry back to the office.
But
Because
Nick,
very shortly, we're going to hear Dr. Congo's drums beating again. And this time, they'll be beating for us. Over here, Patsy. You deliver the note?
Yes. What in the world are you doing?
Just setting up my motion picture projector.
Oh, Nick, this is no time for movies. The police were at Mrs. Galley's. News about her disappearance is getting around. Why, I understand the whole social set's going crazy.
That's exactly what Congo wants.
If you fail on this case, Nick, everyone will be afraid not to pay Congo.
As I said, that's exactly what Congo wants. Said he was after money, didn't he?
Who do you think Congo will attack next? The drums. Congo's drums.
There's your answer, Patsy.
You mean he's after us?
Exactly. My note got a quicker response than I thought it would. Patsy, put out the lights quick.
Now what?
Now the projector. There. You see? I've got it set in the shade.
Why, that's wonderful. It makes it look as if we were standing in front of the window talking. Those shadows on the curtain look as natural as light.
Right. Now, get over to the side of the room, away from the front of the window.
But...
No buts. Follow instructions. We're playing against the killer, Patsy.
You mean Congo?
Get down on the floor. Lay flat.
Oh, I wish you...
Quiet.
What am I supposed to do here?
Wait. And when you hear shots, scream.
Scream?
You've heard me.
But who's going to do the shooting?
Our old friend.
Nick, are you all right?
Quiet. Everything's all right. All they shot was the movie projector. In about 10 seconds now, they'll be coming in here to check up on the results.
Nick, did you say they?
Now listen. Just as soon as you hear the door slam, turn on the lights.
But Nick...
Don't argue, Patsy.
Okay.
Now, quiet.
That apparently took care of them.
Yes, I think that we've accomplished...
Don't go, either of you. Light, Patsy. Now, as you see, you're covered with this gun I hold in my hand.
Nick Carter, I told you, Walter, he was...
Shut up. Put up that Tommy gun you have there laid on the table, Dr. Congo.
But, Nick, that's Mrs. Galley. I thought she was dead.
That's what you were supposed to think, Patsy. And the chap with her is her nephew, Walter.
But I don't understand, Nick.
Very simple, Patsy. This clever pair created Dr. Congo, a phony witch doctor played by Walter Galley. Their motive? Blackmail. And they pretended to be their own first two victims.
I see. So they could disappear and then spend their entire time playing Dr. Congo.
And also so that their fates would terrify future victims into paying Dr. Congo's exorbitant fees without any protest.
You are indeed clever, Mr. Carter. Very clever.
Then all that voodoo was make-believe. Phony.
Yes, Patsy. As phony as the shadows on our window shade, which this precious pair attacked. As phony as the makeup that turned Walter into a witch doctor. That's why I wrote that note, Patsy. about having learned that both disappearances were really suicides. They knew then that I'd seen through their whole scheme.
But those mysterious drum beats we heard, even outside our own window.
Let me show you how that was done. Let me see. Oh, yes, here it is. You see, Patsy? A simple gadget attached to the outer frame. A windmill connected to a small drum. When the wind blows hard enough, the drum beats. Watch, I'll spin it.
So that's what scared me.
That plus your imagination. It was imagination you two counted on most, wasn't it, Dr. Congo? You concocted the voodoo tale, planted your own clues, and then vanished. The rest you left to human nature, right?
So why did they call you in, Nick? Why didn't they let well enough alone?
They were playing for high stakes, Patsy. They thought they had a perfect racket. And if I failed to break it, their victims wouldn't fight back. But the phony Dr. Congo was far too eager to let us escape. That was the second important clue.
The second? What was the first?
Mrs. Galley claimed she was in Congo's power because he'd cut off a lock of her hair, remember?
Yes, but isn't that according to voodoo tradition?
Certainly. But it couldn't work with Mrs. Galley.
Well, why not?
No, Patsy, you disappoint me. Look at Mrs. Galley now. You're close enough.
I see. Mrs. Galley wears a wig.
Of course, Patsy. And a lock of hair cut from a wig would hardly put the wearer of the wig under the spell of even the best witch doctor in the world.
Well, for the love of...
Look here, Carter. We can't stand here all night with our hands in the air like this.
No. What are you going to do with us?
Sorry to treat you two this way. But I don't like visitors who bring Tommy guns to my office.
I was a fool to let you go when I had you in my office, Carter.
You were all kinds of a fool, Galley. Or do you prefer to be called Dr. Congo?
Ah.
If you hadn't been in such a hurry, your plans might not have been quite so apparent. And if you hadn't been so obvious in sending me to see Walter Galley in the middle of the night when he hadn't had time to raise the money to pay you, even if he wanted to, I shouldn't have been quite so sure what your schemes were. Your eagerness to begin collecting from your victims was your downfall, my friend.
All right. But the next time...
That's what they all say, my friend. But there won't be any next time. Nick Carter plays for keeps.
This has been another of the strange adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, which are brought to you regularly at the same time by WOR Mutual.
And now Philip Clark, who played Dr. Congo in our story tonight, has a message from our government that I want you all to hear. Go ahead, Phil.
A friend of mine asked me the other day, why do we need to save waste paper? And how come the supply of paper is limited? Well, the answer to that is obvious. An army needs men, and lumberjacks, among others, join the army. Fewer trees are cut down. Consequently, there's less paper made, because there's less wood pulp available for making it. But that same war that cuts down the available supply of paper demands an ever-increasing quantity of paper for many vital war needs. Paper goes into cartons and containers for food, weapons and equipment needed by the armed forces. Paper is necessary for many of the actual weapons of war, such as incendiary bombs, bomb fins, wingtips, airplane signals, parachute flares, ration containers, and ammunition containers. And the American home is the greatest potential source of waste paper. Every kind is needed. Bags, wrapping paper, newspaper, magazines, old containers, and so on. So if you're not already doing so, start today salvaging all the waste paper you possibly can. Then sell it to your junk dealer, or donate it to some charitable organization. But don't throw away a single scrap of paper. Make it help us win this war.
And now, Nick, what about your story for next week?
Well, it's about a gang of super crooks who had stolen a very valuable invention and kidnapped the old inventor and his beautiful daughter to hold them as hostages. And even though I accidentally knew in advance what was going to happen, I was too late to stop them due to an unfortunate accident.
But Nick more than made up for it the way he went after those crooks. Within 24 hours, he succeeded in capturing the gang and rescuing the professor and his daughter.
Yes, Patsy. But it was fast and furious while it lasted. Scubby and I were in hot water right up until the end of the chase.
What do you call the story, Nick?
I called it The Professor's Secret.
Or The Mystery of the Z-Rays. And that's all until next week. So long.
So long, everybody.
So long to you both, Nick and Patsy. In the strange adventure you have just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate. The story was written for Nick Carter by Alfred Bester. Original music was played by Lou White. The entire production was under the direction of Jock McGregor. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
The Professor's Secret. For Nick Carter and the mystery of the Z-rays.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street & Smith Publications, Incorporated. The Return of Nick Carter is produced in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these stations every Saturday evening at 7 o'clock Eastern War Time. And don't forget that the adventures of Nick's adopted son, Chick Carter, are broadcast over most of these stations Mondays through Fridays at 5:30 p.m. Eastern War Time. This is Mutual.
Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start many different ways. This one started, strangely enough, with the flame of a match, whose feeble glow lit up a lightened face in the darkness. A frightened face, twisted by an agonizing fear of death.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
The night is a thief, some poet once wrote, that steals the colors from the day. It's kind of pretty if you like words, but for my dog, they're not exactly true. Because there are colors at night. The burning red of passion, the angry green of jealousy, and the ugly, terrifying black of fear. This was one of those nights when pickings were slim. I'd cover the town from Henrice's bar in the Mart, out to Hyler's on the North Shore, and back downtown again with nothing to show for it. I was taking a shortcut through Lincoln Park to pick up my car. At that time of night, the park was pretty deserted, except for this girl walking up ahead of me. Not a bad silhouette, I might add, against the distant light. We were about halfway through the park when suddenly she stopped and threw herself onto a bench at the side of the path. There was something almost desperate about the way she did it. I ran up to her. Excuse me, are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right.
Well, I thought maybe you were sick or something.
I told you I'm all right. Will you please let me alone?
Oh, now look, lady, it's not what you think. Well, this park at this time of night, it's no place for a girl to sit around by herself.
I don't need any help. Just go away.
Oh, sure, I'll get lost. I can see you're all right. Only you don't mind if I just sit here and smoke a cigarette before I go.
It's a public park. I don't care what you do.
Thank you. You care for a cigarette?
No.
Of course, in order to really enjoy a smoke, you've got to have a match first. I said in order to enjoy a smoke, you've got
I heard you. Here.
Thank you. Here.
Keep the book.
No, you better hang on to these.
I won't need them.
Well, you might need them later tonight.
After tonight, I won't need anything.
Oh, now, wait a minute. That's no way to talk. The only time you're not going to need anything, sister, is after you're dead.
Why did you say that?
What?
That about being dead.
For no reason. Why?
Because after tonight, I will be.
The girl jumped up and started running. Here was a kid that was afraid. Afraid of death or afraid of life. But then, isn't everybody? I turned the matchbook over and looked at the ad on the cover. Penguin Club. A little all-night jump and jive place over on Clark Street. That's one I've been missing lately. On a hunch, I ambled up North Avenue in that general direction, turned up Clark a ways, and there it was. It was good to get inside out of that wind.
Check your hat and coat, mister?
No, thanks. I'm just looking around.
Can I get your table? It's almost the end of the floor show.
Now, anywhere in the back will be all right.
Okay.
The hat-check girl, hostess, or whatever she was, walked me through the bar to the edge of the main room. And then I stopped and really did a take. Out in the middle of the dance floor, under a little baby spot, singing in front of a 5-piece band, was Little Miss Desperate from the park.
Nice voice, don't you think?
Yeah. Who is she?
Oh, that's Franny. Fran Fowler. Haven't you been in here before?
Not for quite a few months.
Of course, she hasn't got much experience yet.
From out of town,
Someplace over in Wisconsin. Not bad looking, huh?
In everything.
Hey, what's wrong with her?
Gee, I don't know.
I can't.
Well, how do you like that?
Come on, folks. Come on. Let's give the little girl a great big hand. Nothing like a real sad song to wind up a real sad act. Especially for a real sad tomato like tomato. No. It's all in fun. So let's dance now. Come on, you lucky guys and girls. Get out here. Move around. Hiya, Peggy. You got Silver Live one, huh?
Hello, Tommy. This is Tommy Mason. Ain't he the one?
Yes, he's quite the one, all right.
Gee, Tommy, you sure covered up for Franny, all right.
Never let down. Keep 'em going all the time. That's show business. You know how it is, mister.
Oh, yes, I've heard. The show must go on. It's a new thing.
You gotta keep 'em laughing.
Honest, mister, he's this way all the time. What a joker.
Look, about that girl.
Franny?
Yeah, Franny. What seems to be the trouble?
Well, that's hard to say, pal. Maybe she just found out she ain't no Dinah Shore. And she sure ain't.
Tommy, you killed me.
Now, seriously, fella, why would a girl break up that way in the middle of a number and start to cry?
Could be she got a cinder in her eye. But just to make sure, I'll go ask her.
See you later, Tommy. Come on, fella. How's about buying a girl a drink?
Oh, sure, in a minute. About this Franny.
Look, do we have to talk about her? I thought you came in here for some fun.
Maybe I get my fun wondering about people. What time's the next floor show?
Next one's at 2, then 4.
Oh, they're not kidding about this all-night business.
And so another one at daylight.
She's singing all of them?
How should I know? She missed most of the 12 o'clock show. Just got here for that last number.
Any idea where she lives?
The rooming house around on Erie Street.
No, the number?
391. You know, you ask an awful lot of questions.
Well, that's my business. I'm a reporter, Randy Stone.
I might have known it. Look, you're not going to bother her tonight, are you? Of all nights?
Tonight?
This is the night that Charlie Dana's being executed down at Joliet.
What's that got to do with her?
Well, how would you feel? Look, Mr. Stone, she's human. This is the night her boyfriend's going to die.
I went up to the front of the bar to a phone booth and called the paper. There was something about this in the back of my mind somewhere. Something I ought to remember but couldn't. I had the girl on the board put me through to Gabby in the library. Oh, hello, Gabby. This is Randy.
Yeah, Randy?
What have you got on the Charlie Dana case?
Still a little early, Randy. Execution's not set until 1:30.
No, I mean old stuff.
Oh, I got the file right here, Randy. Dug it out earlier for background.
Good. Anything on a girl named Fran Fowler?
Yeah, let's see. Charlie Dana, small-time gambler, killed a guy named Dinelli.
Oh, yes. I remember that. A gambling beat.
Execution originally set for November, but he got a couple of months' stay. Oh, here she is, Fran Fowler. Singer in a nightclub. Was supposed to be his alibi, but the DA blew her up on the witness stand. She admitted she wasn't positive about when she'd been out with the guy.
Oh, yeah, that was it. I knew it was something. Anything more?
Oh, details, Randy, details.
Okay, Gabby, thanks. I'll catch up with you. Oh, Mason. Excuse me, were you waiting to use the phone?
No, I was waiting to talk to you.
Why, certainly, but this time, no jokes, if you don't mind. I'm expecting a headache.
You're not funny, Stone. Who are you talking to?
Well, isn't that kind of my business?
Peggy says you're a reporter.
Yes, of a sort.
You were asking about Fran, where she lived?
That's right.
You got to let her alone, see? You printed enough about her.
Just a minute, Mason. Those are my lapels that you're hanging on to.
Peggy shouldn't have given you Fran's address. I don't want you bothering her.
I said let go of my lapels, funny man, or something's liable to explode in your face. Now, you stay out of my way or I'll ruffle that shiny hair.
Where you going?
See about a cinder in the lady's eye.
You're not going to see her. I won't let you. Can't you see this whole thing's driving her crazy?
Tommy, believe me, I'm not interested in harming her or anyone. I'm just a guy trying to do a job. Now, if you'll step out of my way...
You're not going there. I won't let you. I won't let
Sorry,
you.
but you asked for it. My, that's a real nervous fella. Now that he'd made such an issue out of it, going around to see Fran Fowler was a definite must on my schedule. I picked up my car and drove over to Erie Street. 391 wasn't much different from any of the rest of the rooming houses on the block. I got the number of her room from the mailbox and started down the dingy corridor to room 8. I knocked at the door, but there was no answer. I knocked again, and then I smelled gas.
Hey, anyone in there? Miss Fowler. Fran!
I put my shoulder to the door, and the flimsy lock snapped open. I rushed into the gas-filled room, holding my breath until I could smash open the window and let in some air. And then I saw Fran Fowler, the girl from the park, lying across the bed. And on the table beside her, one of those 2 burner gas stoves with both jets wide open. I turned them off and started shaking the girl. Miss Fowler, Franny, come on, get up. You got to get out of here.
Not alone.
Look, am I going to have to carry you?
Put me down.
You little fool, this room is filled with gas.
My purse.
Where?
On the table.
Okay, I've got it.
Oh.
Fine thing with a gun in it.
Give that to me.
Outside, baby, outside. It was 6 seconds flat when we hit the sidewalk in the fresh air. I put Fran in the front seat of my car and then ran around and climbed in behind the wheel. I headed out to Sheridan Road along the lake. The cool, clean air felt good in my lungs, and I could see Fran drinking it in, realizing now how close she'd been. I didn't make her talk until we were a long way out of town. Then I pulled over to the beach side of the road and killed my motor. We, seem to keep bumping into each other in the strangest places tonight.
I guess I should say thanks.
No, not at all. I'm the one who should say thanks. I still haven't returned your matches.
Please don't make fun of me.
No, I'm not. You see, I know now who you are.
Charlie Danny's girl. Why don't you say it?
In my book, you're just a kid I met in the park.
What time is it?
It's 1:45.
Then...
Yes, it's probably all over by now. Like me to turn on the radio?
No. No, I don't want to hear about it.
You must love him an awful lot.
Love him? I despise him.
But still you were willing to alibi for him on a murder charge?
I wasn't. I told him I wasn't sure of the time I was out with him, but he made me say it was the exact hour when the man was killed.
Didn't you realize you might have been perjuring yourself?
I didn't lie. I just didn't remember. It might have been like he said. When you're not sure, what else can you do?
Yeah. How'd you happen to get mixed up with him?
I didn't know anybody when I first came here. I was lonesome.
And he was nice to you.
He was. A lot more decent than most of the men who want to take you out when you're working in a club.
And why do you hate him now?
I didn't know what he did. A lot of people gamble. I didn't think too much about it. Then we got to going out evenings between shows at the club on my nights off.
And the killing happened when you and he were supposed to have been out someplace together?
That's what he said. He wasn't arrested until a few weeks after the trouble. I couldn't remember if I'd been with him during that particular time or not.
Well, it's all over now. You did what you had to. That's about all any of us can do. But you got to forget about it. Put it out of your mind. There's nothing more to worry about.
Oh, that's just it. You don't understand. There is.
What are you talking about?
He promised. He promised, and I know he'll keep his promise.
Promised what?
I went to see him in prison.
In the death house?
I had to. I wanted him to understand, but he said I tricked him.
What, by telling the truth on the witness stand?
He said I double-crossed him, but now he didn't care.
Why would he say that?
He said he didn't care because the night he died, I would die. And I'm afraid.
You are listening to Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
This was real. This was no act. The sound she made would tear you to pieces, like some pitifully frightened animal who'd lost everything in the world. I let her cry it out. After all those months of strain, she'd have to get it out of her system.
He said the night he died, I'd die.
Sure. So you were scared. Who wouldn't be? But don't you see, that's just a cruel boast made by a cheap hoodlum who's trying to hurt you, make you feel responsible for his own plight.
But he meant it. I know he did.
Well, maybe he did at the time, but you've got nothing to worry about now. You had nothing to do with it. He paid for his own crime. Now he's dead, and you're still alive.
He'll keep his promise.
How can he? He's dead.
I know you think I'm crazy.
No. But has anyone really tried to harm you?
Oh, but this wasn't the night he was supposed to.
Yes, I know. The execution was originally set for November.
It was that night in November. I hadn't been afraid before. I thought it was like you said, because it was bitter. But all that day I was upset. I told him at the club I couldn't work, and late in the afternoon I got a note from Peggy saying why didn't I go out to her cabin at the dunes for a couple of days. Nobody would bother me, no reporters, and I could get a good rest. So I drove out there that evening. It was quiet. Nothing around. Just empty sand dunes and her cabin all alone on the edge of the lake. I called Peggy at the club to let her know I got in all right.
Hello, Fran. Where are you calling from?
Why, from your place.
My apartment?
No, your cabin.
At the dunes?
It was swell of you, Peggy, to let me come out here.
Well, of course, Franny. You're welcome to use the place, but I don't quite know what you mean.
Well, your note this afternoon telling me to come out here.
I didn't write you any note.
Oh, come on, Peggy. You did. You even told me where the key would be, under the flower pot.
But, kid, that's where we always keep it. Everybody knows that.
Peggy, I...
Now, don't worry about it, kid. One of the girls probably sent you the note and just hasn't had a chance to tell me about it yet. I should have thought of it myself in the first place.
No, wait, Peggy. I'm scared.
Well, what in the world else?
Do you remember what I told you about what Charlie said the last time I saw him?
Prison?
It was about tonight that he said when he died...
Franny, now cut it before you drive yourself
Peggy,
back.
I'm all alone and I'm scared. I don't know what to do.
Franny, you gotta hang up right away. You shouldn't be out there all alone tonight. Get in your car and come back to town as fast as you can. I'll wait for you here.
All right, Peggy. All right. I hung up the phone and ran out of the house to my car. I turned on the ignition key and stepped on the starter. It wouldn't start. My car wouldn't start. I looked at the gas gauge. Empty. Somebody had drained the gas out of my car. I got out in a panic and started toward the highway. But there was a car out there, parked behind a big sand dune. I turned and ran back to the house. It was like some crazy, frightening nightmare. I didn't know what I was doing, but somehow I managed to get inside and lock the door. And then suddenly I was at the telephone. Operator? Operator, answer me. Operator, you've got to answer. I want the police. Operator, please help me. Someone... Operator! It was no use. The line was dead. While I was outside, someone had pulled the wires away from the wall. Crawled over to the window. Looked out to the highway. There was a car out there. Its lights were on. But as I looked, they went out. And now, I was alone. In the dark. With him out there. I must have passed out. When I came to, it was morning, and Peggy was there. She and Tommy had driven out after the club closed to find me.
But you see, you didn't die that night.
But neither did he.
Could have been your imagination, you know, this man in the car.
No. The news about this day of execution was on the radio. The man in the car must have heard it and gone away.
Did you call the police?
They didn't believe it. Just because I'm a nightclub singer, they said I was trying to get publicity.
How about the car not starting and the telephone being dead?
According to them, my car was just out of gas, and I must have pulled the telephone wires off the wall myself.
In the panic you were in, you could have.
But I didn't. I tell you, I didn't.
All right. Anyway, it's tonight that we're concerned with.
I don't know what to do. I just don't know what to do.
Well, if it's true, this fear you have, you've got to find it out tonight. If you don't, it'll haunt you the rest of your life.
Oh, I know, but how?
You've got to go back to your room.
Oh, no, I'm afraid.
I'll be with you. Still still got your gun, remember? By the way, what were you going to do with it?
I didn't have the nerve to use it. Even on myself.
Well, if anything is going to happen, it'll happen tonight. Not tomorrow or any time after that, but tonight. We'll go back to your place now and wait. Until it's daylight. I drove Fran back to the rooming house on Erie Street. There were no lights on anywhere in the building. We tiptoed down the empty corridor to Fran's room, listened at the door a minute, and went in. The door closed all right, but it wouldn't lock. I must have sprung it when I forced the door. We settled down and waited. For what? Once I thought I heard steps on the sidewalk far out front. It was that still. And then I did hear steps, slowly coming down the hall.
There's someone in the hall.
Keep it down.
Outside the door.
Don't move.
Who's that knocking at my door? Who's that knocking at my door? Who's that knocking at my place?
Okay. Go ahead, kid. Go ahead. You got it coming.
I'm sorry. I'm all right.
Nothing to be sorry about. I was kind of scared myself. It's a funny thing about fear. It's catching. Look out the window.
Why, it's almost light.
And this all night has gone for good. You see? It was all in your mind. Things you were frightened of. It was nothing, really. You won't be afraid if I go now.
No. I've caused you an awful lot of trouble.
Oh, no, you cut the hell. You'll get me going.
And the kids at the club, I guess I should go back there and let them know I'm all right.
What the doctor ordered for you was a little shut-eye. I'll stop by on my way and give them the word.
Good night.
Good night. Oh, here's your gun. You might want to pawn it for a couple of pair of nylons. Yes, a real nice tomato-type tomato, as the funny man at the club would say. On the way over, I got thinking about him and that girl, Peggy. Come to think of it, that was one point Fran had forgotten to clear up for me, about the note that sent her out to Peggy's cabin at the dunes that night. Yeah, my mind wouldn't let go of that. When I got to the club, it was daylight, and they were folding up the joint, and Peggy was sitting alone at the bar.
Well, you got a nerve coming back here after...
How's your boyfriend?
He's not my boyfriend.
It's a figure of speech. Where is he?
He just left.
Okay, I'll settle for you.
If you don't mind, it's a little late for small talk, mister.
Okay, I'll give it to you fast. It's about that note you wrote to Fran Fowler last November on the night Charlie Dana was supposed to die.
What note?
A little late for small talk, remember?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know anything about a note inviting Fran to stay out at your place at the dunes?
I told her. I didn't know who wrote it.
Were you telling the truth?
Yes, I was.
Okay, maybe you were. But you found out later who wrote it, didn't you?
No,
Now tell me the truth. Or would you rather tell the police?
All right. I did find out, but it wasn't like you think.
Well, who was it?
Tommy Mason.
Tommy Mason, the funny man? His idea of a joke, no doubt. A hilarious joke that might have scared a poor kid to death.
No, you're wrong. It wasn't a joke.
Well, then why? Why did he do it?
Because he's in love with her. He made me swear I wouldn't tell her. He wanted to wait until the time when she needed him, and then he'd tell her himself.
Until she needed him? How was he going to make her need him? Use a condemned murderer's empty threat to frighten her out of her sanity so she'd need him? Is he crazy?
He is where Fran's concerned.
Where is he?
I don't know. He's been like a maniac all night since you left here. After every show, he's gone over to Fran's place looking for her. He's crazy jealous.
Jealous of whom?
Of you. He thought she was with you.
Well, what if she were?
This was the night. He was sure she would need him, and instead she turned to you. Don't you see?
Yes, I do now. Thanks. It was only about a half mile to Fran's, but it seemed more like 20 miles until I turned off Clark up Erie Street and slammed into the curb. There was no one on the street. I was hoping he'd walked and I'd pass him on the way, but there was no one. I ran down the narrow hall, not daring to think what I'd find, and I flung open the door. Are you alone?
Well, you're frightened.
Are you alone?
Well, yes, I've been sitting here since you left. I'm too tired to undress.
Come on, let's get out of here. Grab your coat.
But
Never mind. I'll tell you on the way. I shoved Fran out the door, and we started cautiously back down the hall. We got about halfway when I grabbed her arm. The front door was opening slowly, and a man made a dark silhouette against the gray light of the dawn. It was the funny man. The man with the slick, shiny hair and the permanent smile and the fast jokes. Only the smile was gone, and he had a gun in his hand.
Keep coming. Keep coming.
We started towards him slowly.
Tommy. Tommy, it was you? You who were going to kill me?
You didn't know. You didn't know that I had a heart, too, just like Charlie Dana did.
Tommy, you never told me.
You never let me. You didn't need me. You would have laughed at me like you laughed at my jokes.
It couldn't have been you at the dunes that night.
I followed you out there.
And then drove back to the club. No, Tommy, no.
You were lonesome, but you didn't need me. You needed Charlie Dana. I thought if you were afraid you'd need me. And then you were afraid, but still you didn't need me. But I'd make you need me. I'd make you.
Step by step, we moved closer.
Keep coming.
I could see his face twisted with jealousy and hate, his eyes wild, as though a spark might make him explode.
And tonight, when you were afraid and should have needed me, you didn't. You turned to him.
Tommy, please.
But now you need me. Now that I have my finger on this trigger, you need me more than you've ever needed anyone in your life. You need me. You need me, Franny. You need me. Say it. Say you need me. I can't shoot. I can't shoot.
He started to shake, and I ran forward and grabbed his gun.
Look out.
Drop it. It's all right. I've got the gun.
I can't.
Is he hurt?
Not to what he will be. Get up, funny man.
No. Don't be too hard on him. He didn't realize.
No, I guess maybe he didn't. It's funny, isn't it? You never really know what's going on in some of the best combed heads. Well, that's the way it goes. A little later than usual this morning. The day shift has already moved in and let the night crew wander off to their own private little beds. Well, at least I got to see the sun come up. And here I sit, still trying to make it all add up. But no matter how I figure it, the only answer I get is, you never know about people. But bless them, maybe that's why we love them. See that man walking towards you with a smile on his face? What's he smiling about? Or is it just so you won't notice how he's screaming inside? Ooh, the trouble with me is I haven't had my coffee yet. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, a dramatic series, stars Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Night Beat is edited by Larry Marcus and directed by Warren Lewis. Music by Frank Worth. The part of Fran was played by Joan Banks. Paul Dubov played Tommy. Others in the cast were Georgia Ellis, Ken Christie, and Carol Richards. Frank Lovejoy will next be seen in Milton Sperling's production Rock Bottom, released by Warner Brothers. Throughout the week, NBC brings you the best adventure mystery dramas on the air. You'll hear action-packed, fast-moving plots to hold your interest right up to the smashing climax on such thrilling programs as Big Town, Mr. District Attorney, The Big Story, and Dragnet, every week on most of these NBC stations. On Dragnet, you'll hear documented cases from the Los Angeles police files. The Big Story brings you true tales from the front pages of America's newspapers. Mr. District Attorney, the champion of the people, takes you through an exciting episode in the conviction of a criminal.
And tomorrow night on Big Town, you'll hear crusading editor Steve Wilson crack down on the forces of evil. For the best high-tension dramas, hear NBC's great mystery and adventure programs. Listen next week at this same time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. The stories that come out of the shadows to find their way into Night Beat. Now, stay tuned for Brian Donlevy as a soldier of fortune on dangerous assignment on NBC.
Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Paul.
Diamond Detective Agency. Murders are better than ever.
Mr. Diamond?
I stand condemned.
My name is Arnold Bryce. I'm an art collector.
Well, unless you're looking for empty beer bottles, I'm afraid you have the wrong man.
You're a detective, aren't you?
That's right.
Well, then you're the man I want. How soon can you come over to my home?
Well, that depends on two things, where you live and what you want me for.
I live at 9607 Riverside Drive. But I'd rather tell you the nature of your assignment in person, if you don't mind.
Well, that suits me, but my fee is $100 a day in expenses. Still want me to come over?
Money is no object, Mr. Diamond. Please hurry.
Yes?
My name's Diamond. I'd like to see Mr. Bryce.
Mr. Arnold Bryce?
That's right.
Well, come in, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Bryce is busy with an art dealer in the library, sir. You can wait in the gallery.
The gallery?
The art gallery. This way, sir.
He led me down the hall and into a room that looked like it was once a den. There was a piano in the room, and hanging over the fireplace was a large painting of the Mona Lisa. The other three walls were all covered with pictures, too. This, I took it, was the gallery.
Just make yourself comfortable, sir. I'll tell Mr. Bryce you're here when he's finished.
Thank you.
Beautiful room, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Lots of paintings.
I didn't mean the paintings. I meant the room.
Oh, I take it you don't like the art?
No, sir. I only appreciate what I can see in a picture. This room used to be a study until Mr. Arnold Bryce came.
And who had it before?
Mr. Jasper Bryce. He died 2 months ago and left this house to Mr. Arnold. Well, I must get on with my work, sir.
The butler gave a disgusted look at the paintings and took his leave. Come to think of it, I agreed with the old boy. Most of the paintings were what is called moderne, which is sort of a nasty poke at the present period.
Hi there. If you're a burglar, just help yourself. Take them all if you want to.
Well, I didn't know I had company.
That's because you're not a very good burglar. You should be more careful.
You, no doubt, are the local police force.
No, I won't turn you in. Oh, what's the use? Used to be I could joke. Used to be I liked to joke. Now it's no fun. Who are you, really? What do you want here? Can I fix you a drink?
Hey, that's a lot of questions for a little girl.
Little girl.
She staggered over to a couch and sat down while I took a good look at her. Beautiful is a word thrown around a lot these days, but it could only describe her. She had soft brown hair, big brown eyes, with a sort of a pleading look about them. She was wearing a pair of lounging pajamas, but her figure was nothing to speak of. When you found one like this, you kept the news to yourself.
Ugly.
What's that?
I said ugly.
Oh.
Meaning those pictures. You like pictures? Oh, you look like the type who would like pictures.
Well, I'm flattered.
Look at that one. Did you ever see such a mess? That's Night Chasing Away the Morning in September.
Well, you could have fooled me.
That's my husband's favorite. You a friend of my husband?
No.
Neither am I. All he does is buy paintings. He's a nut about paintings. He should have married one.
You must be Mrs. Bryce.
I must be. Then that's life. Oh, who'd you say you were?
I didn't, but the name's Diamond.
My name's Della. You know...
Mr. Diamond, Mr. Bryce will see you now.
Oh, get lost, Timothy. Mr. Diamond and I are just getting acquainted.
But Mr. Bryce said...
Mr. Bryce. Mr. Bryce. All right, you better go and see him, Mr. Diamond. My husband hates to be kept waiting. Me, I'd rather be alone anyway. I'm going to sit here till I figure out just why in blazes night is chasing morning away in September.
I left Della Bryce staring at the picture and followed Timothy to the library. Inside, I met Mr. Arnold Bryce. He was a big man and looked old enough to be Della's father. On the desk lay another modern painting, and he sat admiring it like it was the deed to the Taj Mahal.
Look at it, Diamond. Look at it.
Yes.
A masterpiece. Masterpiece.
Well, it's original, all right.
Of course. I buy nothing but originals. Can't stand copies, can you?
Well, I really haven't thought about it lately. Tell me, is this masterpiece what you wanted to see me about?
Oh, no. Just thought you'd enjoy seeing it.
Mm-hmm. Well, now that we've had our kick, suppose we get down to business.
Fine. Mr. Diamond, I'm number 34 on this city's social register. Do you follow me?
No, I'm about 6 millionth.
Please, sir, I'm very serious.
Sorry.
Now then, one in my position must be discreet. Divorce, heavens knows, is scandal enough, but, well, to have a roust about for a wife, that I cannot tolerate.
Heavens, no.
I was married a little over 6 months ago, and to be frank, Mr. Diamond, my wife doesn't like me.
Go on.
That's all. I want to get rid of her.
Mr. Bryce, I'm a detective, not an assassin.
Of course. I want you to help me find grounds for divorce.
Oh. Well, a case like this can take a long while. At $100 a day, that can add up to quite a bill.
I hired you because I've heard you're the finest detective in New York.
Oh, well, thanks for the flattery, but the fee is still $100 a day, and...
I told you over the phone money meant nothing to me. Here. Here's a check I made out to you. It's for $500. That should serve as a retainer.
Well, yes, that's...
Now then, we can get on with this. I think my wife is in love with another man.
No.
Yes. And I think that... I keep forgetting these walls are soundproof. We've only lived in this house a few weeks. My Uncle Jasper left it to me.
Yes, your butler told me.
Timothy? Queer duck, Timothy. Uncle Jasper left me him, too.
Oh. Well, let's get back to your wife.
Oh, yes. Mr. Diamond, when I married Della, I thought we'd be well suited. She's very beautiful. And, guess where we met?
I have no idea.
In an art gallery. Naturally, I thought Della would be an art lover like myself. I could just picture us sitting in front of the fire on cold winter evenings, gazing at my originals.
Thrilling thought.
Yes, but it wasn't to be. Della deceived me. She hates my paintings.
Well, it takes all kinds to make a world.
Yes, but my world is art, Mr. Diamond, and Della is no part of my world.
I see, but that hardly sounds like grounds for divorce, Mr. Bryce.
Oh, I realize that, but maybe this is. You see, Della used to date a boy named David Tharp. Now she's been going out a lot lately, and I think she may be seeing him again.
Mm-hmm. You think? Well,
I know it really may be nothing, but if she should be seeing him and we could prove it, wouldn't that be grounds?
Well, possibly.
Now, this boy used to work for the Gorman department store, and if he's still in town, I want him watched.
All right, I'll check with the store and report to you later.
Good. Timothy will show you out, Mr. Diamond.
I left Mr. Arnold Bryce admiring the monstrosity he had purchased earlier. On the way out, I took another peek into the gallery to see if Della Bryce was still around. She wasn't. And then I noticed the Mona Lisa again. Somehow it seemed so out of place. I was staring at it when Timothy came up behind me.
I see you admire the lady.
Say, don't you ever make noise?
Beautiful, isn't she?
The Mona Lisa?
Yes. Look at that face. The most lovely face in the world.
I thought you didn't like art.
Not what Mr. Bryce calls art. Only that picture. Do you know about it?
Do I know about it?
Oh, so many things. It really has a colorful history. Da Vinci painted her over 400 years ago.
No.
Yes. Zenove del Giocondo's wife posed for Leonardo 4 years before it was finished.
My.
Everyone loves it. Francis I of France paid 4,000 golden florins for it.
You really know the facts, huh?
Oh, yes, sir. I've read many books about La Gioconda's history. I come here often and just stare into her face. Do you know that men have stared into the mystery of that face and then killed themselves?
You don't say.
Yes. But I'm probably boring you this way, sir.
He took a last tender look at the picture and then led the way to the door. It was a crazy house full of crazy people, and felt good to be outside again. The job I had was strictly routine, but as long as Bryce paid for my services, he'd get them. I took off for lunch, then went to the Gorham department store to find David Tharp. There I found Tharp, had joined the Army 6 weeks ago and was now stationed in California. That meant that Bryce's suspicions about his wife were unfounded, at least as far as Tharp was concerned.
Hello?
Let me speak to Mr. Bryce.
Who's this?
Oh, that worn-out voice sounds familiar. Walt?
Yeah, is this Diamond?
Yeah, but what are you doing there? Or did I dial the wrong number?
You calling Arnold Bryce, Rick?
That's right.
Then you have the right number. Was he a client of yours?
Uh-oh. I don't like the way you said was.
You guessed it. Better get over here, Rick. Arnold Bryce has been murdered.
In my pocket was a check for $500 signed by one Arnold Bryce. This same Arnold Bryce was now dead, according to Lieutenant Walt Levinson, who was very reliable in these matters. I took a cab to the Bryce home on Riverside Drive. Timothy, the tall, gaunt butler, again let me in. His expression hadn't changed since I'd seen him earlier. Well, Timothy, a lot of excitement around here, huh?
Yes, sir. The police are in the gallery. So is Mr. Arnold's body. Gruesome sight.
Rick.
Hello, Walt.
He's in there. Want to have a look at him?
Why not?
The boys from the lab are all finished. There he is.
Head bashed in, huh?
Coroner says he's been dead for about 2 hours. That places the time of the murder around noon.
Found the murder weapon?
Nope. Figured it must be the missing poker from this fireplace set. Got the boys upstairs now looking for it.
Who found the body, Walt?
Mrs. Bryce. Otis is in the library now taking her statement. What's your angle in this?
Well, Bryce hired me for stock investigating. He was thinking of divorcing his wife.
Well, at last we've got a motive. She finds out he's getting rid of her and knocks him off.
Maybe. Who else was in the house?
It's the butler, the maid, and Mrs. Bryce. Otis is sure the butler did it. Been reading murder mysteries again.
No. How about visitors? Anyone come to see Bryce around noon?
No, apparently not. Looks like an inside job, Rick. We've got 3 suspects, and all we can do is grill them till one of them breaks down. So we might as well start on the wife.
Mind if I sit in?
No. Come on.
We left the gallery and walked down to the library. Inside sat Della Bryce, patiently answering the questions of that master detective, that super sleuth, Sergeant Otis Loveloon.
Hello, Lieutenant. I got a statement down on paper, and I'm asking some questions on my own. She's, Oh, Diamond.
Don't look so happy, Otis. Hello, Mrs. Bryce.
Well, you come back. That man, Lieutenant, he's the one who saw my husband earlier.
Yes, we know that, Mrs. Bryce. This is Richard Diamond. He's a private detective.
Oh. Well, what would Arnold want with a private detective?
It seems he was planning to divorce you. Or didn't you know that yet?
Divorce me? You're kidding.
You want to tell us the joke, too, Mrs. Bryce?
Oh, this is a good one.
Oh, come now.
Maybe it's Otis, Walt. After all, she's been looking at that face of his for an hour. Can you blame her?
Hey, I heard that.
Oh, I'm sorry, but that just struck me funny. That worm of a husband was going to divorce me. Well, I've already talked to a lawyer about getting rid of him.
I take it you and Mr. Bryce didn't get along?
You said it. I married Arnold because I thought it'd be fun to have a big home and a nice car. All those things money can buy.
Go on.
Well, the money part was okay, but Arnold... Well, a girl can only take so much.
It's a nice, respectful way to speak of the dead.
All right, so he's dead. So now I get all that money and don't have to put up with Arnold. I should cry?
Maybe a jury will think you picked up a poker in order to get that money.
Now, look. Just because I'm not crying and moaning about how much I loved Arnold doesn't mean I killed him. I didn't.
We'll decide that.
And will you please tell this baboon to stop asking me questions? Another hour in here with him and I'd confess to anything.
Good old Otis, the traveling third degree.
Now, look, Shamus.
Take it easy, Otis. Now, Mrs. Bryce, you say you were upstairs fixing your hair around noon?
That's right.
What about your lunch? Don't you eat?
I'm on a diet. Look, it's all there in my statement. Around 1 o'clock, I came downstairs and found the body. I called the police, and that's all I know.
Well, then, if you're innocent, you won't object to answering questions. So, make yourself comfortable.
Walt kept asking questions, and Della kept answering them. Half an hour later, Walt was getting tired. Della was getting tired, and I was already tired. Grilling a suspect is the most boring thing in the world, and it was a relief when Walt sent the girl upstairs.
Otis, you see that she goes to her room and then bring that maid in here.
Right, Lieutenant.
Well, Rick, what do you think?
I think she's innocent, Walt.
Oh, you do? Why?
Because she leaves herself wide open. She admits she's glad the guy's dead.
So maybe that's all a front to throw suspicion off her. She makes everything point toward her, and she thinks we'll figure she couldn't be that dumb.
Maybe, but I don't think so. I think Otis was right.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Well, you said he thought the butler did it. So do I.
Rick, I'm in no mood for jokes.
Look, Walt, the guy was bashed in the head, right? The top of the head. Now, Bryce is close to 6 feet tall. So is Timothy. Della's too short. She couldn't hit him on top of the head unless she stood on a ladder.
Yeah, thought of that. But you can't convict a guy because he's tall enough to hit Bryce on top of the head. Besides, maybe Bryce stooped over to tie a shoelace. Any number of reasons.
Maybe. But I still bet Timothy killed him.
Okay, Sherlock. Tell me one more thing. Why? Why did he kill him? He'd only worked for him 2 weeks. No money's missing. Where's the motive?
I'm not sure, Walt. But I think it's in a picture.
Huh? Oh, now, Rick.
Walt, when I was here earlier, I talked to Timothy in the art gallery. We talked about the Mona Lisa.
Well, what about it?
He knew everything about it. A lot of its history. Now, here's a guy who hates all these paintings around but one. The Mona Lisa. But what's it doing here?
What's what doing here?
The Mona Lisa. Bryce told me himself he only collected originals. But the Mona Lisa hangs in the Louvre in France. That picture over the fireplace is only a copy, and Bryce hated copies.
Go on.
That's all. I don't know exactly why or how all this happened. I only know things don't add up. Timothy's admiration for that one painting and what's it doing here.
And somewhere in there you think there's a murder motive.
Why not? Sure, Della might have killed him for the money. That's a nice, big, fat motive. But, Walt, how many murders have big, fat motives? Darn few.
You're right there.
A girl kills her sister because she called her fatty. A man shoots his wife for nagging. A woman poisons her neighbor for gossiping. A lot of little things can turn a twisted mind into a murderous mind.
Okay. But this picture angle doesn't impress me. Where's the motive, even a small one? I can't...
Here's the maid, Lieutenant. In here, miss.
Lieutenant, I am so sorry about the thing. I am feeling to cry. Please, you can't think I have anything to do with it. I hardly know, Mr. Rice.
Just sit down, miss. We just want you to answer some questions.
Now, don't be frightened, dear. We don't think you killed Mr. Bryce, but you might help us find out who did.
Oh, well, I'm glad to help.
Good. Now, how long have you worked here?
Oh, well, let me see. It has been 5 years. 5 years I have been here. I worked for Mr. Bryce's uncle. Then when he died, I stay on.
Oh. And Timothy, how long has he worked here?
Oh, goodness. Timothy has been here all his life. He has told me about it. His father worked for the old Mr. Jasper Bryce and his mother, too. Timothy, he grew up in this house. Then when his father died, he'd take over his job.
I see. Now, about the young Mr. Bryce, Arnold. Was he easy to get along with?
Well, I don't know him so well, but they have no trouble with him. Timothy does not agree with him at times, but they have no trouble.
Timothy doesn't agree with him? What do you mean?
Well, Mr. Arnold changed a lot of things. Moved furniture and such. Timothy thinks they look better where they have always been. Just this morning they argue. Mr. Bryce wants Timothy to get rid of something, but they do not remember what it is.
Oh. Then one more question. The room with all the paintings. Do you remember that room before Mr. Arnold Bryce came here?
Oh, yeah. He used to clean there. But there was not all the paintings there then.
No painting?
Not all there is now. Just the one. The painting of the pretty lady.
The Mona Lisa?
What did you say?
The Mona Lisa.
Yeah, that's it. That is what Timothy and Mr. Bryce was having words about this morning. The Mona... Mona Lisa.
That was it. I looked at Walt, and I could see that he was interested. Now there was a motive. Oh, not the big headline motive, just the kind you'll read on page 6 of your local paper. The kind of story that usually says the murderer is now undergoing sanity tests. Otis showed the maid out and left Walt and me with our little brains racing a mile a minute.
I don't know. We still haven't got anything to convict him.
Walt, he's a psycho, that's for sure. Now, the way I see it, he's crazy about that one picture. He grew up in the house. Maybe it means something to him. Then in comes Bryce with all his modern junk and orders Timothy to get rid of the Mona Lisa.
Yeah. But Timmy argues and Bryce insists. They were both in the library, so maybe Bryce was even going to take it down himself.
Could be. Then our boy gets mad, grabs the nearest thing, which happened to be the poker.
Okay, so it fits. We have a theory. But we still need one thing to convict him. A confession.
Yeah. Maybe we can use the Mona Lisa.
What?
He killed for it. He may talk for it. I outlined my plan to Walt. Timothy was a psychopathic, and I knew we'd have to get him in the right kind of mood. Walt agreed with the plan, and we headed for the gallery. They had removed Bryce's body from the room, and only a deep red spot in the carpet was left. Walt went looking for Timothy, and I moved over to the piano.
Here, Timothy. Oh, hello, Rick.
Hi, Walt. Just thought I'd pass the time at the piano.
It's all right. Just sit down, Timothy. I want you to wait here where I can locate you. We'll want to question you later.
Yes, sir.
I'll call you if I need you, Rick.
Okay, Walt. My playing bother you, Timothy?
Oh, not at all, sir. I like music.
Oh, me too. You know, that painting up there reminds me of a song I heard not long ago. Pretty thing. Went like this.
Mona Lisa, Mona Lisa, men have named you. You're so like the lady with the mystic smile. Is it only 'cause you're lonely they have blamed you for that Mona Lisa strangeness in your smile?
I watched him carefully as I sang. At first he stared at me with a strange look in his eye, but gradually he settled back in his chair and listened to the words. His eyes rested on the beautiful painting over the mantelpiece. This was the mood I'd wanted.
Many dreams have been brought to your doorstep. They just lie there, and they die there. Are you warm? Are you real, Mona Lisa? Or just a cold and lonely, lovely work of art?
Well, did you like that? Hey, Timothy. Hey.
Huh? Oh, the song is very beautiful. It's fitting of her.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess I'd better stop fooling around at the piano and do what I came here for. His eyes were on me as I got up from the piano bench and walked over to the fireplace. I tried not to look at him as I reached up for the picture, but I heard him jump from his chair.
What are you doing? Leave that alone.
Well, I'm sorry, friend, but Mrs. Bryce is all upset about her husband's death. She asked me if I wouldn't carry out his last wish and get rid of this. Clutters up the other pictures, you know.
Leave it alone. Take the others, but leave that alone.
Sorry, but out it goes to the trash pile.
No, it belongs here. The living part of this house. Put it down, I said. Put it down! I warned you.
Now, Timothy, take it easy. Put on that shovel.
When you put down the picture.
Oh, and if I don't, you'll swing that shovel at me just the way you swung a poker at Bryce.
He was an idiot. Throw it out, he said. Throw it out and leave that other trash on the walls. Now you want to throw it out, too. No, give me that painting.
All right, Timothy, you've got it.
Rick, are you all right?
Yeah. See how Timothy is.
He'll come around.
You heard from the door?
Yeah, enough.
Imagine. All this over a picture of a dame.
Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and was written by Blake Edwards with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. This is Bill Foreman speaking. Richard Diamond, Private Detective is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle.
Richard Diamond, Private Detective, has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show.
Yes, it's the Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood for your listening and laughing pleasure with chuckles for the carload and music by Matty Malnick. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
All right, what's all the excitement about? What happened, Lou?
Well, Uncle Mike discovered gold on his ranch.
Well, good for Uncle Mike.
Yeah, he's sending to Europe for some Englishmen with shovels.
He's sending for Englishmen with shovels. What for?
He figures England will want to borrow the gold sooner or later, and they might just as well come over here and help dig it up.
Oh, let's face it, Costello. Your Uncle Mike is a moron.
Oh, no, he's not.
No?
He's going to be a great scientist someday. Right now he's working on a new insecticide.
He is?
Yes. Last week he got out his notebooks and locked himself in his laboratory with 10,000 mosquitoes. He released the mosquitoes and was going to write down the mosquitoes' behavior.
Then what did he write?
Nothing. He was so busy scratching he didn't have time to write.
Just as I thought. He's as big a nincompoop as you.
No, he's not. Right now he's crossing a rubber plant with a banana.
And what does he expect to get?
A girdle you can slide into.
You know, your whole family are jerks. But, by the way, what was that silly-looking thing on the radiator of your car this afternoon?
Well, you see, I can't afford a radiator cap, so I trained my little dog to sit on the radiator.
Your dog sits on the radiator?
Mm-hmm.
Does he bark much?
Only when it boils over.
Well,
I gotta leave you now, Abbott. I got a job as a babysitter.
You a babysitter?
Yep.
Babysitters are girls.
Well, what's wrong with the man? My Uncle Jim Kelly was a sitter. He isn't around anymore, though.
He isn't? What happened?
While he was sitting, the warden pulled the switch.
Oh, get him out.
And there'll be much more of that terrific Abbott and Costello humor in a few seconds.
What are you so excited about? Calm down. What's the matter?
I'm worried, Abbott.
What do you mean?
My Aunt May is in terrible shape.
Well, what's the matter with her?
She's got hallucinations. She thinks she's a taxi cab.
She thinks she's a taxicab.
Yeah.
Why doesn't Uncle Mike call a doctor?
Why should he? She gets him to work faster than the Sunset Bus.
How long has Uncle Mike and Aunt May been married, Lou?
Well, it's just 20 years since they went on their honeymoon. Aunt May went to Niagara Falls, and Uncle Mike went to Miami.
Wait a minute. You mean they weren't together on their honeymoon?
No, Uncle Mike said that a honeymoon is the happiest time of your life, and why let marriage spoil it?
Well, it's wonderful to think that your Aunt May and your Uncle Mike have been married for 20 years.
Yeah. But really, Abbott, what's wonderful about it? Uncle Mike thought she loved him, but for the whole 20 years she hated him. Hated him like poison. And now they have 17 children.
Wait a minute. If she hated him, why did they have 17 children?
Well, it was her idea. She was just trying to lose him in a crowd.
Is Aunt May mean to him, Lou?
Well, she beats him up all the time. He wouldn't mind it if it wasn't for the children.
The children?
Yeah, they beat him, too.
He must be really henpecked.
Yes, he is. She tries to keep him in the house every night. Saturday, when he started to take his bath, she put 6 boxes of Jell-O in the tub so he'd get stuck. Luckily, it was raspberry, and he ate his way out.
Well, I don't have a very happy home life, do they, Lou?
No. Saturday night, Uncle Mike played pinochle all afternoon, and when he came home at 6 o'clock, there was no dinner on the table.
Well, where was your Aunt May?
Down at the bowling alley. She's down there 7 days a week.
Well, that's a shame.
Yep, Uncle Mike should have never got her that job setting pins.
Well, look, wasn't your Uncle Mike married once before?
Yeah, but his first wife passed away.
Well, now that's too bad.
Uncle Mike had such a tough time collecting the insurance that sometimes he almost wishes she hasn't died.
What did your Uncle Mike do before he got married, Lou?
Well, he was quite a Romeo, Abbott. For 2 years, he carried a torch for a girl in Pennsylvania.
He carried a torch for a girl in Pennsylvania?
She was a coal miner, and it gets pretty dark in those tunnels.
Didn't he ever work for a living?
Sure, he had a job in a canned soup factory. He was in the chicken soup division. He was a dragger.
Now, wait a minute. What are the duties of a dragger in a canned soup factory?
Very simple. When a 1,000-gallon tank of hot water was ready, he'd drag a chicken through it.
Well, it's no wonder your Aunt May fights with Uncle Mike.
Yeah. You should have seen Aunt May Sunday night, Abbott. She was so mad at Mike that she said she was going to pack her suitcases and leave him forever. Now he's really worried.
He is?
Yep. She ain't even started to pack her suitcases yet.
What a couple they are. Mike isn't a bad-looking guy, but I can't see what he ever saw in your Aunt May.
She was very popular in Patterson when she was a young girl.
She was?
Yes, the Patterson Electric and Power Company voted her Miss Alternating Current of 1915.
Costello, that's about the year you were born back in Patterson, isn't it?
Yes. I'm Patterson's favorite son.
What do you mean?
Just last week, the people of Patterson erected a statue in the very spot where I was born.
The spot where you were born? Where was that?
Right in the middle of the Greyhound bus depot.
You were born right in the middle of the Greyhound bus depot?
It was raining and my mother couldn't get a taxi.
Costello, you talk like an nincompoop. Tell me, does your whole family suffer from stupidity?
Indeed not. They enjoy every minute of it.
Hey there, Costello. I want to talk to you.
Mister, do I owe you any money?
No.
Mm-hmm. Did I ever give you a tip on any of my horses?
No.
Have you got a redheaded sister in Chicago?
No.
Okay, go ahead and talk to me.
Do you give away prizes on this program? Can I win a refrigerator or something?
Nope.
Well, goodbye. I've got to go hurry over to the Gangbusters radio show. Last week I got $164 on that program.
Wait a minute. Gangbusters don't give away anything.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. I'm a pickpocket, too.
Now I know where I saw that guy, Abbott. It was the 30th anniversary party. Yours. Remember you had a swimming pool filled up with bourbon?
Yeah, the whole swimming pool was filled with bourbon. What fun.
Yes, I never saw so many people going down for the third time with smiles on their faces.
Well, never mind that. The whole town's talking about my anniversary party. Didn't my wife Betty look beautiful? I'm very proud of my wife. Every man in town was fighting over her, but I got her.
Abbott, you didn't fight hard enough.
My wife is a beautiful woman. She hasn't got a wrinkle in her face.
She hasn't, huh? Then what are those things? Dents?
Costello, you know nothing about women. I don't even know why I even discussed the subject of women with you.
Well, it's not my fault, Abbott. I led a very sheltered life. And I met a lovely little redhead, and I learned about women from her.
You did?
I'll never forget our first date. We sat on the riverbank in the moonlight. She moved closer to me, then I moved closer to her. Then the moon went behind a cloud. Then it happened.
What?
She let me tighten the string on her ukulele.
Did she kiss you, Lou?
Yes.
Did you like it?
Oh, boy.
How did it make you feel?
How did it make me feel?
Yeah.
Did you ever stand on a hot buttered waffle and have somebody pour maple syrup down your spine?
How did you get along with her, Lou?
Oh, good. The second time we had a date, I took her sightseeing on a bus.
Rubberneck?
No, but I tickled her a little.
Hello, boys.
Hey, look, Costello, it's our secretary, Viola Vance.
Well, Viola Vance.
That's my line, Lou.
Take it.
Well, Viola Vance. I understand you bought a new car. How do you like driving in California?
Well, it would be. That's
it
yours.
Would be.
Go ahead.
It would be all right if it weren't for the pedestrians.
What's wrong with the California pedestrians?
Well, I was driving down here tonight, and one of them whizzed right past my windshield. The dirty coward was pole vaulting across the street.
Sneaky devils, ain't they? Viola, why don't you take me for a ride down the beach tonight?
I should say not.
Costello, Viola's only kidding. She really likes you, but you've got to do something to show that you like her.
That's right, Costello. Do something brave.
Do something brave?
Uh-huh.
I know what I'll do. I'll join the army and help fight the British.
But we're not fighting the British.
That's all the better. That way nobody can get hurt.
Costello, you know, you've been acting kind of queer lately.
Hey, wait a minute. Come to think of it, you're right, Viola. Yesterday afternoon, I saw him sitting up in a tree in Griffith Park.
Costello, what were you doing up in that tree?
Signing autographs?
Signing autographs?
Yes, the robins thought I was Woody Woodpecker.
Costello, here's another thing. Why do you always carry an umbrella on your arm? Why don't you get a girl on your arm? You know, a girl is much nicer than an umbrella.
Oh, I don't know, kiddo. When you're through with a girl, can you fold her up and hang her in a closet?
Why, you simple-minded, no-good, low-down...
Now, just a minute, Mr. Abbott. Have you ever stopped to consider that Costello's reasoning capacity and his functional capabilities for logical delineation are coordinated, comprehensive, and negligible? Is it compulsory to you to abuse this poor, moronic, social incompetent simply because the poor slob doesn't possess the mental capacity of an imbecile?
But Viola...
Just a minute, Abbott. You've had this coming to you for a long time. Let her finish. Continue. Tell them what a slob I am.
Viola, Viola, I can't help it if Costello is stupid.
Who's stupid? I want to tell you something, Abbott. I'm always studying, always reading. I just finished a book called When Frankenstein Meets the Wolfman in Dracula's Garden, where the Spider Woman killed the cat girl.
What's the story about?
Two bums living in the La Brea tar pits.
Well, I've got to go now, boys. I'm taking my painting lessons.
Do you paint?
Oh, yes. I draw birds with charcoal. I paint flowers in watercolor.
What do you do in oil?
Fry potatoes. Come on, Costello.
You know, Abbott, there's a girl going places.
She is?
Yes, sir. If she hurries, she can be the first one in line to collect her unemployment insurance.
Oh, get him out!
Now, while we take the 60-second intermission, we'd like you to consider this.
that singing star of the Abbott and Costello show, Hal Winters.
I'd like to sing a song that belongs to the month of January as much as White Christmas belongs to December. With Matty Malnick's orchestra, here is the Ralph Ranger, Leo Robin perennial, June and January. It's June in January because I'm in love. It always is spring in my heart with you in my arms. The snow is just white blossoms that fall from above. And here is the reason, my dear, your magical charms. The night is cold, the trees are bare, but I can feel the scent of roses in the air. It's June in January because I'm in love, but only because I'm in love with you. The night is cold, the trees are bare, but I can feel the scent of roses in the air. It's June in January because I'm in love, but only because I'm in love.
Hey, Abbott. I just made an important discovery. I think I can safely announce that Governor Dewey will run for president in 1952.
Oh, what makes you think that?
He just started taking piano lessons.
You know, Costello, ever since you started playing the part of Sam Shovel, private detective, you've got your nose in everybody's business. You've been as busy as an ant.
Ants are busy?
Certainly.
Then why are they always going to picnics?
Will you talk sense? What is that letter you have in your hand?
Well, Abbott, it's another fan letter. Listen to this. Dear Lou Costello, a Sam Shovelly detective, you are the greatest thing on radio. I love your show. But my wife won't listen to it. She says she needs you like she needs a hole in the head. I'm sending her to see you tonight.
Mr. Costello, there's a lady to see you.
What does she look like?
She's a short, fat woman with a hole in her head.
Oh, never mind now. What is your Sam Shovel detective story for tonight, Lou?
I think I'll do one of my old Western cases. I call it the case of the general who opened up a drive-in and was caught selling horse meat, or Custer's last hamburger stand.
Well, now you're talking. Let's do it.
I'm Sam Shovel, private detective. I remember my first case. Three-eyed Maxie the murderer. He had three eyes. He was the only man in the world with 20/20/20 vision. And there was my second case. Terrible Tony, the toughest gangster in Los Angeles. He was a bronze giant with muscles of steel and an iron fist. I had to shoot him. May he rust in peace. 15 years in the detective business takes a lot out of you. But I feel as strong and vigorous as the day I started. Right now I could tear Superman in half. But I don't want to ruin the rest of the paper. I feel kind of thirsty. I go to the sink. This Los Angeles water is getting harder every day. I glance out of my window. There's the headquarters of the Republican Club. On the window there's a sign, GOP. I just found out what GOP means. Gone out permanently. I look down at my desk. There's my new wristwatch. It's a shock-proof, non-magnetic, waterproof watch. The directions say don't take this watch out of the box. Fresh air ruins it. I think I'll give it to my secretary. What a secretary. She got the job the hard way. The hard way. She knew how to type. Lying next to my watch is my shotgun. I decide to see if it's loaded. I pointed at the floor and pulled the trigger. I looked down at the floor. When did I buy open-toed shoes? I reach in my coat pocket. Here's a wallet I found last night. I hope I can find the owner. I check to see what's in the wallet. Here's a card. If found, return to Mr. Nichols. Delmar Hotel. Here's a driver's license issued to Mr. Nichols, Delmar Hotel. Here's a birth certificate with the name Nichols. Here's the pink slip for a new Hudson sedan issued to Mr. Nichols, Delmar Hotel. Well, here's $600 in cash. Looks like I'll have to keep the money. Serves that guy right. He should carry some identification. The name on the money is Washington. Now, let me see. Oh, yes. It's about time for my pal, Lieutenant Abbott of the Homicide Squad, to show up. Abbott had a pretty tough week chasing crooks. Monday night he was held up on Main Street. Tuesday night he was held up on Broadway. Wednesday night he was held up on Sunset Boulevard. If Abbott would stay out of those saloons, he wouldn't need anybody to hold him up. Lieutenant Abbott don't have to work. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. This was okay until he found out that all the other kids had tongues. It's not easy to be born with a silver spoon in your mouth. Up to the time Abbott was 19, all he could say was Rogers Brothers, 1847. Before he became a detective, Abbott was a motorcycle cop. He was the only cop on the force that had traffic eyes. Real traffic eyes. They'd always look both ways before crossing each other. No matter what case Lieutenant Abbott goes out on, he's never stuck. Hello, Sam Shovel, private detective speaking.
Hello, Sam. This is Lieutenant Abbott. Sam, what time do the vaults open in the Fourth National Bank?
At 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Not till 9 o'clock tomorrow morning?
That's right, Lieutenant Abbott. You can't get in those vaults till 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Who wants to get in? I'm trying to get out.
Suddenly, my door opened.
Sam Shovel.
It was my pal, Lieutenant Abbott. He was scared to death. He was perspiring. He was sweating bullets. Lieutenant Abbott, how'd you get out of that bank vault?
Sam, I'll tell it to you all in a nutshell.
Can't you tell it to me here? I don't think we'd both fit in a nutshell.
Sam, I've been working on a series of bank burglaries. Monday night, the Kelly gang held up the First National Bank. Tuesday, they held up the Second National Bank. Wednesday, they held up the Third National Bank. So tonight, I was waiting for them at the 4th National Bank.
And you caught them?
Nah. Tonight they held up the 1st National Bank again. But enough about myself. Enough about my trouble, Sam. Sam, you don't look good. What's the matter?
I didn't get any sleep last night, Lieutenant. A burglar climbed into my bedroom window and made me get out of bed. I stood there shivering in my long underwear.
Why didn't you holler for help?
He had a gun, and I was afraid to open my trap. After the burglar left, I still couldn't get any sleep. I was worried about my brother Pat. He kept poking his head into my room.
Well, lots of guys poke their heads into their brothers' rooms.
On the end of a stick?
Sam, did you hear those shots?
They came from the office next door.
Who runs that office next door?
An organization called the American Society of Patriotic Americans for the Preservation of Freedom in the United States of all and for all patriotic Americans.
What do they do?
They're foreign spies.
Sam, look. There's the guy that did the shooting. He's coming in here. He's got a gun.
So this is the place I've been looking for, eh? Where's Sam Shovel, the private detective?
What do you want with him?
I'm going to kill him. I hate radio detectives. I hate them all. The Thin Man, the Fat Man, Ellery Queen. But most of all, I hate Sam Shovel. I'm going to gouge his eyes out. I'll fill him with lead. Now, who are you?
Oh, I'm just an ordinary policeman.
Eh?
Honest, mister, I'm not a radio detective.
And you? Who are you, fatso?
Well, I'm, I'm the... Don't stand there, Rabbit. Hand me my cookbook.
Cookbook? Who are you?
Don't you recognize me? Mary Margaret McBride.
Oh, so you're the one that gives out those recipes, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if there's anything I hate worse than radio detectives, it's those recipe programs. I'll kill them all. I'll tear them like a hair. Get out of here.
Gardner will wind up tonight's hijinks in just a moment, folks, after a little advice from this fellow.
Are you sure the folks at home like this Sam Shovel series we're doing?
Oh, certainly, Abbott. Listen to this letter. Dear Lou Costello, other radio detectives get you to listen, expecting something big on their shows. Then in the end, they have nothing. You never disappoint the listener. You have nothing right from the start.
Well, now, that's quite a compliment to our writers.
Oh, sure. And I'm glad they heard that fan letter, folks, because our writing staff is headed by Eddie Foreman with Paul Collin, Pat Costello, Martin Raggaway, and Leonard Stern.
And our producer is Charles Vander. See you all next Thursday. Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody. Good night, everybody. Good night, everybody. All over the world.
Listen each Thursday night at this time for another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood. Be sure to stay tuned for the outstanding entertainment which follows throughout the evening on this ABC station.